To the Wednesday, September 4th Board of Forestry public meeting, the first day of a two-day event. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. This meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. I got to do that myself. Always. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with ODF hosts during the event. Our agenda is filled with items that will inform and provide department updates, as well as highlight the board committee work. For the September meeting, we have 6 decision items in front of the board. One in block form, that's the consent agenda, and items 5, 6, and 8. Number 7 has been removed. And we'll also we'll try to manage this, but we've got 2 items that we're going to take out of the consent agenda and vote on separately. Our process is that if any board member requests that, that becomes an automatic separate vote. Typically, that means that somebody wants to make some comments, so we'll handle it that way. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenter to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, there may be an opportunity to hear from the public. After public testimony, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before coming to a vote. For testimony, the public forum agenda item allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding the informational items included with the meeting agenda. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 2 minutes. We will not be accepting comments on items number 6 and 7 as those public comment periods have already ended. For decision items, we welcome written remarks and want to hear from the public before a decision item is deliberated by the board. We have allotted 15 minutes for live verbal commentary per decision item. Today, the public can offer remarks on items 5 and 8. When you come up to speak or join us online, please provide your name and the agenda item number or the subject you are remarking on. We will ask that all testimony providers limit their comments to 2 minutes. And we do understand that's not a lot of time, but if you would like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending written testimony for the September 5th meeting, and to have it entered into the record, please send in your comments by September 19th. With that, any questions before we go on? Okay, I'll start with a roll call of the board members to confirm that we have a quorum. Liz Agpawa.
Kelly, I am present.
Heath Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
Bob VanDyk.
Here.
And I'm here obviously as well, so we have a full Board of Forestry attending. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda items. And before we do that, would anybody want to declare a conflict of interest or an appearance of conflict of interest on any of the items? We're going to remove 2 of them, but okay. Not hearing any. The items that we're going to remove and vote on separately so that we can have a discussion on them separately are the Regional Forest Practices Committee appointments and reappointments. That's item C. And the other one is for the Department of Forestry. No, that's not. Brenda, which one was it that you? Which item number? D. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to double check. So we're going to vote on that separately. Yep.
I do have a quick comment on item B if and when that's appropriate.
Okay, but you don't have any problem with that being in the consent agenda.
No.
All right, so I'm going to be looking for move ahead with the consent agenda items with items C and D removed. Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Joe Justice. Do I have a second?
Seconded, Ben Doimling.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and that is to accept the consent agenda with the items C and D removed. And with that, we'll move to a roll call.
May I make my comment quickly?
Bet.
So on agenda item B, Chair Kelly, these are the advancing wildfire prevention topic. Under Rule 629-025-0040 sub 11, it provides that a person may not discharge or cause to be discharged any firecrackers, explosives, torpedoes, rockets, fireworks, sky lanterns, or other similar product which would ignite a fire without written permission of the forester. That language is not specifically qualified to say that it applies to state forest lands, but this entire section applies only to state forest land, and I've been assured of that by the department, and I just wanted to place of record that interpretation, and that's the understanding under which we are acting.
Nobody has any trouble with that? I'm sure the kid who owes $36 million for his firecracker in the gorge would agree. Okay, with that, a vote. Liz Agpawa?
Aye.
Keith Curtis?
Yes.
Ben Doimling?
Aye.
Joe Justice?
Aye.
Brenda McComb?
Yes.
No? Aye, okay. Bob VanDyk?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. And so with that, the consent agenda with the item C and D removed has passed. That was with a motion made by Joe Justice and seconded by Ben Doimling. Okay, we're going to move into the next item on our agenda, which is State Forester and board member comments. And so I'd like to turn it over first to our State Forester.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Salem. For the record, I'm Cal Mukamoto, the State Forester. This summer has flown by quickly. On July 7th, the Salt Creek Fire marked the start of our ODF fire season. By late July, we had 45 large fires across the state with crews from over 20 states with over 10,000 firefighters on the ground. We, at that time, had burnt close to 1.5 million acres. Today, we are dealing with 6 large ODF fires, 21 statewide, and about 4,700 firefighters in action. While things have calmed down, recent dry conditions and heat resulted in 2 IMT deployments last weekend, reminding us that fire season is still ongoing. It's crucial to keep fire prevention at top of mind. Big thank you goes out to the firefighters who have sacrificed time with their families, sleeping on cots or the ground to protect Oregonians and our natural resources. I want to express gratitude to our partners at the federal, state, and local levels. Our complete and coordinated system has been effective this year. Kyle, well, jumping between meetings and different meetings, but we have Chris, Ron, and Dave here. So they'll be making a report later and they can give you some details on the fire season. The financial strain this season has been significant as a result of our fire season. At present, we have gross fire expenditures of over $200 million with an estimated net of $60 million. James and his team are working tirelessly to keep everyone informed. We are collaborating with the governor's office, legislature, LFO, and CFO to ensure ODF's financial stability. Again, James will be up later and he can give some more details on those plans. I'm pleased today to introduce Amy Pena, our new DEI coordinator. Amy joined us on August 1st with 28 years of experience in the public sector, specifically state. Amy, she brings a tremendous amount of skills and knowledge to her job. Amy, can you stand up? Okay, thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. So if you get a chance, give her a holler there. That'd be good. Lastly, I want to address the controversy about surrounding the reimbursement of board member travel expenses. Chair Kelly and I have proposed some language for the board policy manual, which the governance committee will review. I do apologize for the confusion. I made some approvals without any guidance from the board policy manual. And I think that we're in line to rectify that issues shortly, right? Okay. So thank you all, and let's continue to work together to navigate the remainder of this fire season effectively. Remember, we all need to keep in mind that fire season is not over, and it might, quite frankly, with the potential of east wind events in September, blow up a little bit. But our team stands ready and has the ability to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. I'm watching my phone because I'm expecting another evacuation notice for our range. The shoe fly fire is approaching. Anyway, so I just wanted to talk about something that is completely not in our direct business, but there's an organization that my wife and I that have supported called the 1 Acre Fund. And it's a US-based organization, a nonprofit that works in sub-Saharan Africa. And this will all make sense as I complete. Basically, they work with subsistence farmers and kind of like county extension agents, but they also loan small amounts of money so these farmers can get beyond subsistence and help them with fertilizer and that type of thing. And it's a hugely effective organization. They called the 1 Acre Fund because so often the subsistence farmers are literally working with 1 acre. Well, they started something up a couple of years ago, working again mostly with these subsistence farmers to plant 1 billion trees, and they just passed 250 million. So especially those who work with timber companies, if you're looking for a good nonprofit that you want to support that's doing fabulous work, I mean, they're well on the way of planting 1 billion trees. And this is not creating a forest. This is really helping people in areas where they can help, change the microclimate and plant some trees around their properties in those very poor parts of Africa. Okay, I'll get off of my high horse on that. I did want to clarify and explain a little bit why we've removed agenda item 7, the adoption of the post-disturbance harvest rules. And that was originally listed as a decision item. That decision regarding adoption of the rules will be postponed until the department completes their work with the federal services on the draft of the private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan. So this will come back to us and hopefully in a form that we all can find acceptable. And then, there has through the summer, as Cal said, a bit of a brouhaha around Bob's trip down to Clackamas County. And and I'm going to read the statute that that this is key around this. And it says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, the board shall not supervise or direct the state foresters in matters relating to the geographic scheduling, annual volume, and species allocation, appraisals, and competitive timber sale techniques used in the sale of forest products from lands managed under the provision of ORS Chapter 530. I know I mentioned this and tried to talk, that to say to you, Bob, that was going to cause further confusion. I know Ben said the same thing to you, and I know Cal said the same thing. You went ahead and did it, and now, we're dealing with the aftermath, which is letters that clearly people think that the board is in charge of specific, some people do, timber sales. So Obviously, the other thing that confused people is, and I think Cal and I got caught with our pants down around because people understood that you were getting paid by the state to do that. And I think we're going to make it clear that because that is so open to, the perceptions by people in the community, that a trip is sponsored by the state or people presumed not incorrectly that you were representing the board. And so I'm sorry, but I'm having to make the statement that you were not representing the board. You were representing yourself. And I'm happy to have you say whatever you want to say, Bob, but I'm afraid it had to be said. And with that, I will turn it over to board member comments.
Well, I think I'd like to respond, if I may, Chair Kelly. I feel unfortunately, well, first, it would have been helpful for me to know you were going to raise this issue, but that aside, I think there's just some straight out inaccuracies in what you stated. Both you and Cal approved my trip. You did not discourage me or tell me not to go. I asked in advance if it was okay. You not only approved the travel costs that were associated with it, which I asked about in advance, as well as the per diem, which I didn't know about. So, I asked, is this legitimate or not? And so neither of you discouraged me. Cal called me while I was on my way out there, and I'd already arranged with a group that had invited me there. I also made clear in numerous communications which I shared pretty broadly, that I, as a board member, had no authority over state forest sales, and there's nothing I could do. I told the group in advance, and I can tell you they weren't happy about it because they were looking for accountability. I invited the state forester to come along, not the state forester, the staff to come along. 3 ODF staff came on the tour with me. I asked the group that invited me to invite a local county commissioner, and they declined. So I think I dotted every I. The idea that a board member can't go out in state forest land after having been invited by residents who have concern about state forest management seems completely wrong-headed. Absolutely, I was not there on behalf of the board. The board had not sent me there or asked me to go, but I only went because I was on the board. I wouldn't have gone if I wasn't on the board. I certainly wouldn't have checked in. So, I think, your comments are out of line, Chair, especially given the fact that you did not discourage me. And I mentioned it to Mr. Doimling, and he said to me he had no problem with going out there. Now, maybe I'm misremembering or something, but yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to move on, but we're going to agree to disagree. I know that I discouraged you verbally from doing it. I know we approved it. You're right about that numbers. That was not an implicit. I know we all said to you that we didn't think it would be wise and that it would.
Why did you approve it then?
Feed these misperceptions. Well, we were really kind of caught with our pants down because we hadn't ever had anybody asking for this kind of thing to be reimbursed and the per diem and all of that. So we've learned our lesson and we've apologized. Cal and I have apologized repeatedly to people in the community and have continued to do. Basically, I thought I was going to kind of have a summer off. This has kind of ruined my summer. And, I'm sorry you don't like what I'm saying, but I stand by it. Yes, we approved. Yes, we discouraged you. And you went ahead anyhow. That is your right. Absolutely. Any board member has the right to go anywhere they please. They don't have a right to represent the board.
I didn't.
And you did
Is there
not.
Evidence I represented the board.
We're not accusing you, but there is a perception issue, and perceptions are important. And a lot of people thought you were representing the board. And I'm sure you did try to tell people that, but still,
In writing.
the evidence that we get, out of the community is that it was a widespread perception that to some degree this was board sponsored or so on. Anyhow, we've all learned a lot of lessons from this, and I hope you have as well. I know I have, and I know I don't want to see it repeated. It has not been fun, and we, other than that, we can just agree to disagree. Yes, Liz.
So Jim, one of the things that has come to me is that people have come and asked me about things that, concern things that do come up on the agenda in a broad sense. And what I do, and so I guess what I'm trying to do is find that threshold. Because I can say to them, and it's no more than one or two people at a time, in Southwest Oregon, I can say to them, here's my thoughts, but I'm not speaking for the board. So I just, I think this confuses me a bit. And I'm never asked for money, but that's okay. But I think there is some gray area there, because then I can say that, and what would prohibit people in my small community to say, just to assume that even if I say it? So what protects me from?
It's, I mean, the big difference there, Liz, is whether or not you were seeking and getting reimbursements and per diem from the state. That's what really got in people's craw down in those counties. And that's that we hadn't predicted something like this would happen. And we've now, I'm sorry that in a way, absolutely. That's why I've apologized, I apologize that we didn't see it coming. I apologize to you as well, Bob, as we have to the community members. But I don't think this is likely to get repeated. But
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for approval of your travel. I didn't foresee the controversy that was coming on. And I think with the clarity in the board policy manual language, we should be able to avoid that. But I take responsibility for not foreseeing the large controversy this would develop. So
I just want to say, I feel like we need some clarity on this. I mean, I do want to take the opportunity to commend Bob for being a board member who's actively outreaching to many parties. Bob, since his time on the board, has, to my knowledge, reached out to a whole bunch of industry players as well. He has vastly exceeded the amount of work that I have done and been able to commit to this position since my time on the board. And I think to some degree, we want to encourage that as board members. That is to say, we want robust conversations with a wide variety of stakeholders. Bob, I know, reached out and met with Laura Wilkeson of our office on state lands. And Hampton definitely has very strong opinions about management of state lands. I think there's probably two issues, one regarding funding and when it is appropriate for somebody to seek reimbursement. The other one is how to appropriately avoid misconceptions and perceptions about the role you were playing in that outreach. And I think that it's not entirely fair to Bob that he would be judged on a standard we haven't yet drafted. And I would invite Bob to participate in development of that standard so that we can make sure we're all on the same page about what is and is not appropriate conduct.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a comment about the per diem issue for the public as well. The issue here is that the legislature passed a statute a couple years ago that said for people who make under $100,000 joint income or $50,000 individually, they're eligible for a per diem reimbursement or a per diem payment, I guess it is, at the same level that the legislators receive when they're in session or doing legislative work. I think it's $150 or around $150. It varies as inflation changes. I became aware of this when I joined the board because I had to sign a form about what my income was. And in my case, it's under 50,000 individual, under 100 joint income. So that's what led me to ask the board chair and state forester about when I engaged in things like going to the Small Woodland Owners Conference or going out to meet citizens and ODF staff in the state forest, whether that fit under something that could be reimbursed. And the statute, unfortunately, is not clear. It says for official duties. And so what's an official duty? Well, I think that's the nub of the issue. And at some level, I think the board and the governance committee can define what is the what official duties are. But for myself, I went to look at the board governance document that was recently passed that has a lot of expectations about how board members, what they're supposed to do. So to me, that seemed like a good place to understand what the duties are. So I'd encourage the other board members, as well as members of the public and interested parties, to review that governance document with this question of mind: is what is an official duty or not? For my mind, I would like board members, obviously this is an unpaid position, but board members who are invited to go on a forest tour or who want to go meet with stakeholders to be eligible for reimbursement. We do need guidelines if we're going to do that. And that's the conversation we need to have. Like, how much? Is there too much? How do you decide what the decisions are? But to my mind, that's an open question, and there aren't guidelines on it now. And really, I feel it's really unfair to criticize me because people didn't like that I went and talked to people about something. It just feels like unfair. And I would really appreciate in advance, Chair Kelly, some heads up on this, or as well as something in writing. I've heard nothing about you on this since you
That's absolutely untrue. In writing, you all received a language that was very specific about what would be approved and what would not.
I'm talking about,
Let me,
Pardon me.
let me finish speaking.
well,
Let me
I think I
finish
had
speaking.
I think I had so let me finish my statement and then that's fine. The point I was making, Jim, is you have not reviewed with me the concerns, not what the policy should be, but what concerns were brought forward in Clatsop County. I have not received, you called me on the way home. We talked about it briefly. I haven't heard anything since.
Okay. Well, we did provide language that was very specific. The governing subcommittee, board governing subcommittee will be reviewing and proposing language for us to all vote on. But I remind all of you, I mean, that this is a volunteer board, and I really think we have to balance honoring the intention of the legislature to make sure people with any income level can serve on a board like this. We do need to honor that, but it is, and I really thought long and hard about what it meant to be a volunteer board, and I thought long and hard about what the word duty meant. And duty is, what is required of you. And that is in the language that we're supposed to follow, that word duty. That is not say that anything that someone chooses to do. I'm completely agree with what was being said here. I honor the fact that you're hardworking and out there doing a lot of outreach to various constituencies. That is wonderful, and I don't want to put a damper on this, but we've seen what can happen in terms of community perception and all when a board member is reimbursed, and we've got to manage through this without having that kind of thing repeated. So, Brenda, you wanted to? Great.
Just wanted to explain why I asked to have the item D pulled from the consent agenda. First, I want to be clear to Sabrina that this is not about what she pulled together as a report per se, but rather to ask that this is a topic that we discuss, the key performance measures as a topic of discussion at our retreat or at some other future meeting. I find the key performance measures to be not particularly relevant in some cases, and also the explanations for why key performance measure targets were not met to be pretty weak. And so I think there's a lot of work that we need to do with the staff to try to improve that.
Agreed, and I'd like to make sure that we are catching that, Eleni, as a possible topic. I do agree with you that it's a topic that we should be discussing. We will return and make a separate vote on it, and if there's any other comments. Any other? Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to say that we do need to vote on this so we can get it in our annual budget as required by.
We will.
But I think next spring, we need to program this into a discussion because these I agree with Brenda. we should be talking about which ones we have, and if we can enter into modification of those with the, to get those changed, I think we should make that progress, and I think we also should dive in a little deeper on the results. So that makes sense to me.
Other board member comments before we move on to public testimony? Bob?
Yes, I'd like to say, well, I was going to say two things. One, I was going to say that I had a good trip out to Clatsop County meeting with folks out there, but I think that's gotten enough discussion. The second thing I want to say is I had a really great visit to the Oregon Small Woodland Owner Conference. I learned a lot down there. It was super well organized. I want to thank Rick for being warm and welcoming me there. But it really also, there were some ODF presentations there, which was good to see on the PFA changes. The PFA changes are a lot, especially for someone who doesn't have a professional forester working for them. So I appreciated the work of ODF staff, but I think there's a real challenge for the board and the agency to make those small woodland owner rules work for the small woodland owners, and to think about if there are any changes needed or modifications needed to make them work more effectively, both for the owners as well as achieving, obviously, the goals of the rules. So that's all I had to share. Thank you.
Okay, in that case, we will move on to the public forum. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item number you are commenting on, and any associated affiliation, if you have one, if you're representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage with the public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Kelly. Today, we have 12 people in the queue who have signed up to provide commentary today. I do have one individual who's on a time constraint who is joining us virtually. So if it's all right, I'd like to start with that individual. And so with that being said, Mark Kajula, can I have you join with us, please?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the accommodation, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, and members of the board. I'm Mark Quila. I'm Chair of the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners, and I'm a volunteer as well. I appreciate the Chair and the State Forester taking the action to clarify the policy regarding the trip out to Clatsop County, because it did create some confusion in our community and on our board and at the Astoria District, quite frankly. I last provided testimony prior to the board's decision on the HCP, and we felt there was more work to be done before moving forward. And I remain disappointed in the board's decision. We are now left to kind of pick up the pieces. The HCP has disproportionately costly impacts to Clatsop County, and we're really struggling to find ways to plug the holes it's left, and it's going to continue to leave it in our local budgets. I strongly feel these economic impacts should have been addressed by the state of Oregon prior to any decision on the HCP. And now these will only be compounded over the years by the direct losses to the forest sector, and the state harvest levels will drop. So we have paid a high price for this HCP, and it will continually, it would be irresponsible for the board now to inflict more economic harm to our communities with the companion forest management plan. As you know, the HCP was focused entirely on environmental goals, and it moved forward without a single amendment to account for the social and economic values of these forests. None. With this, which the HCP moving forward, the board's goal should be to maximize the social and economic benefits allowable under this HCP. I urge the board to remember that we have already set aside half of the forest for conservation and reduced harvest by tens of millions of board feet under the HCP. And there's really no need to add additional restrictions on the harvestable acres that are remaining. These acres need to be actively managed because that was the intent of having the HCP. Our communities cannot afford more restrictions, especially with those under indistinguishable environmental outcomes. Additional restrictions would only multiply the economic problems we are currently trying to address. We need transparency and accountability now more than ever. And Chair Kelly, I really appreciate your comments about not wanting to do more
I
harm.
want to interrupt. Our time is up at this point. Thank you so
Okay.
much for providing commentary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I'd like to switch to the testimony providers who are here in person. I'll go ahead and call you, and then you can come and sit up here in this front row here. Please sit at the tables with the microphones. There's up to 2 spots per table. So as we call you, go ahead and come up. We will have a timer displaying for your name. So please welcome Seth Barnes and Joseph Yoren, Leanne Thompson, and then Pam Birmingham. All right, we'll start with Seth Barnes when you're ready.
There you go. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I'm I work with Oregon Forest Industries Council. I've appeared before you many times, and I'll keep my comments brief. Today is back to school in my household. Some went back to school yesterday, and I'm going to use that as a jumping off point to say that the forest industry has been, quote unquote, back to school for almost a year now, as we have dealt with literally hundreds of rule changes. I appreciate your comments, Bob. It was in 2024, hundreds of these new rules took effect. And I gotta put my glasses on, I'm getting too old. I'd like to just say kudos to the thousands of foresters, operators, engineers, planners, stewardship foresters, biologists, and I'm sure I'm missing some, who have worked tirelessly to apply the rules on the ground. In 20+ years of experience that I've had, I've never seen anything like this before. I dare to say there's never been anything like this before, at least in the state of Oregon. The level of complexity and the amount of work that it's taken for each of these foresters and biologists and engineers to lay these rules out on the ground, to seek to understand them and work with our regulators to ensure that we're doing it right and that they understand what we're doing, has just been has been amazing to watch. And I'd just like to remind the board that we're doing this work this year. A lot has been said about the Private Forest Accord and the work of the mitigation fund and the adaptive management, but the real bulk of the work is happening out on the ground daily as these foresters and landowners and biologists and regulators are figuring out how to apply these and how to do it right. And it's amazing work. And I just want to remind the board that that's happening, and the amount of effort that's being taken to train and to put guidance together and to understand that guidance and to Mr. VanDyk's comments. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is where it gets dramatic. I'd just like to say I agree, and as we see these rules unfold out on the ground, I hope the board takes a chance to really appreciate the work that's happening and the good work of the folks that are applying these things on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we'll move to Joseph Yoren.
Morning, Joseph Yoren, Audubon Society of Lincoln City. It's time to turn back to the issue that was supposed to guide your thinking in every decision that comes before you. The climate crisis has not been solved. Emissions are up, temperatures are up, and carbon storage is even more important. Please, for the sake of all Oregonians, find the climate change and carbon plan, dust it off, open it up, and actually commit some climate smart forestry. You have opportunities to manage for GPV. You have opportunities to manage for GPV without placing and creating any new constraints. First, you can protect those tiny little bits of original legacy forests that remain on state lands. The heterogeneity and biodiversity inherent to these small undisturbed patches is an invaluable resource that has taken centuries to develop. They are the very definition of high value conservation areas. Second, move to a longer rotation age across state lands while still providing an adequate, predictable harvest volume. Protecting assets and allowing them to grow in value over time is not a radical idea. A 100-year rotation is an insurance policy, providing the department ways to meet the stay-ahead requirements of the HCP and allow flexibility in providing dispersal habitat. Then you could identify, map, and manage older stands not planned for immediate operations. Deferring harvest for 10 to 20 years in those stands would create carbon storage banks. These are not new restrictions, but climate-smart implementations of the HCP and the CCCP. Finally, I would ask why members of the State Forest Advisory Committee are not as often at the table for your discussions on forest management issues. SFAC represents a broader set of interests and values and can better advise on what all Oregonians want from their forests. It's time to take a broader, more diverse view and manage our state forest lands for GPV. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. And now Leanne Thompson.
Good morning, Leanne Thompson, Clatsop County Commissioner, speaking only for myself. I've provided you with written testimony. I've asserted that you have a breach in your ethical integrity. I appreciate that this is a growth experience, a learning experience, but your board policies give the chair the express authority and responsibility of managing this board. I've been astonished this morning at the disrespect shown to the chair. I hope that you will take steps to make clear in your policies that the chair is honored as he does his job. I would also hope that you would do a bright, clear line between visiting and learning about people and responding to invitations and interfering against the statute, interfering with a timber sale that's part of an annual operating plan. It's really disingenuous to say, oh, I was just going out to meet with people. No, this was an active part of the annual operations plan. This should be distinguished, I would hope, in your policies so that you can all evolve and grow together, because we are in this operation together. We are all public servants, honoring our public service and holding ourselves to a higher standard of performance. We all fail. How do we help each other recover? How do we help each other be better as we serve the public and protect our own integrity, the integrity of our governing bodies, and the well-being of every Oregonian, our people, our livelihoods, and our place? Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Pam Birmingham.
Hi, I'm Pam Birmingham. I live in the Astoria district up in Clatsop County. And first, I want to say thank you to the department. I know it's been a tough fire season. Thank you for protecting homes and habitat, and to the board and the department, thank you for your work on the private forest accord, on the HCP, and all the other complex things that bring all stakeholders together. So thank you. Following on kind of to what Leanne said, the Astoria District AOP's annual operating plans are the ones I'm the most familiar with. But a broad statement or a broad concern that I have, when those came out, there was a public comment period, which I appreciate, but I don't feel that we had all the information needed to make fully informed comments. I had to do a public records request, which I did in June. And I know fire season has delayed things. I just got the estimate back, and it's about $1,200 to get the records I requested. Now, some of those are some internal emails, which I know will take staff time. But I think going forward and for transparency with the public, it would be good that before a public comment period was opened, that all the information, such as a full geotech report, biologic report, endangered, threatened and endangered species surveys, it would be nice if those were all available for the public without having to do a public records request to get complete information. And it's going to take some time still to get all this information. The public comment period is closed, and I think these sales are maybe, I don't know if they're already out, for sale or for bid or auction or whatever. So just going forward, try and, it would be helpful to have more information before we. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you to those who provided their testimony in person. You may now be seated. We'll go ahead and switch to those who are providing testimony through Zoom. The first person that I will call on Zoom is Anna Kaufman.
Good morning. My name is Anna Kaufman, and I am the Astoria Coordinator for North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection. In June, I shared concerns about proposed ODF clear cuts in Clatsop County, including Mothball Hill and Davis Ridge. Since then, Mothball Hill was listed as an alternate sale for 2025, while Davis Ridge will continue forward as a primary. Though I'm sorry for the upset it caused, I feel it was important when Board Member Bob VanDyk accepted our invitation to visit the sites and meet with residents living next to them. He was clear that he had no jurisdiction over ODF's timber sales. Thank you to Mr. VanDyk and to the 3 Astoria District ODF employees who also attended. This was a huge step to increase communication between citizens and ODF. Still, policies regarding ODF's efforts to include the public in its annual processes needs to be improved. Residents impacted by ODF's practices felt a lack of transparency. This could be addressed by expanding the 45-day annual operation plan comment period, notifying county residents, especially those next door to operations, of the draft plan and how to comment well ahead of time, and creating more localized citizen advisory groups to provide input on state forest management. We have a petition to halt the clear cutting of Davis Ridge and Mothball Hill, as well as to ask for better communication and public engagement from ODF. Since starting the petition mid-June, we've collected over 2,600 signatures, all people who love the North Coast because of its state forests and would like them to remain intact. I urge the board to consider this petition, as well as alternatives to clear cutting our forests, and to implement policies to increase public awareness of and participation in forest management processes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Avi Goldschmidt.
Chair Kelly, State Forester, Mikomoto, and members of the board. My name is Avi Goldschmidt, and I work for Wild Salmon Center as the Community Engagement Coordinator on the North Coast. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on state forest management issues. I'd also like to thank members of the board for finalizing the Habitat Conservation Plan, which will give a fighting chance for endangered species to recover in our state forests. We at Wild Salmon Center have collected about 7,000 signatures from people requesting greater protections of our state forests. These signatures have already been submitted to the record for your consideration. Most recently, I have gathered an additional 320 signatures on the North Coast since July 21st, which I plan to submit to the record as well. The people who have signed their names support a strong and permanent adoption of the HCP without any further delay. Many Oregonians I've spoken to see ecological forest management as the only sustainable option for our state forests in a time of climate change and after a long history of overharvesting in our forests. Many of the visitors I've spoken to have made it clear that lush, old forests are one of the main reasons why they travel here to Oregon from all over the world. For context, the recreation economy provides over $500 million a year to the North Coast, including tens of millions in state and local taxes. The 320 signatures I've collected and the thousands altogether match the polling done by the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center in 2022, which reported nearly 90% of respondents saying that fish and wildlife habitat, cold, clean water, and safe drinking water were important values for state forests. 80% ranked recreation as a top value. Please continue to listen to the people of Oregon who are asking you to manage our public forests through a lens of ecological stewardship. Managing our forests with the environment as a top priority would yield positive economic benefits through support of the booming tourism, fishing, and recreation economies. It would provide a more ecologically sustainable supply of logs for local mills and support healthy and mature forests for us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm calling on the next virtual participant, which is Carol Valentine.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mikomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Carol Valentine, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Oregon Chapter Sierra Club. Exactly 2 years ago, our forest team submitted a comment urging the board to take concrete steps towards shifting management of our state forests to a more ecologically based model of forestry. Social license for clear cutting and broadcast spraying of toxic herbicides, especially by helicopter, on our publicly owned state forests has dwindled. More and more members of the public want management of the lands owned by all Oregonians to prioritize protection of drinking water, climate, and wildlife habitat. A model of forest management that recognizes forests as complex ecosystems with diverse biota, complex structure, and multiple functions, and not simply collections of trees valuable primarily for production of wood, to quote Franklin Johnson & Johnson, can allow for some production of forest products without the harm to microclimates, soil, water, and aquatic species imposed by the intensive industrial forestry practices of clear cutting and herbicide spraying. In ODF's 2025-27 through 27 budget request, climate leadership was listed as a top priority. To that end, while the first priority for managing the habitat conservation areas and riparian conservation areas is to benefit endangered species, the next highest priority should be to manage these areas as carbon reserves. Management plans should also retain mature stands of 80 years or older adjacent to HCA boundaries as carbon banks and stay ahead reserves for the HCP. This would be an important step toward implementing the climate plan and helping to ensure that the HCP is successful over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. The next virtual presenter is Joe Mole.
Chair Kelly, Vice Chair McComb, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board, good morning. For the record, my name is Joe Mole. I'm speaking on behalf of the McKenzie River Trust, a land trust based in Eugene. We work primarily in the headwaters of the Willamette Valley and on the Central Oregon coast. I also serve on the Oregon Water Resources Commission. My comments today do not represent the commission, that commission, but my service on the commission makes me appreciate the connections between well-stewarded forests and the long-term health of our water. It also helps me appreciate the complexity of the work you're doing and the value of your service on this board. Thank you for that service. Today, I simply want to encourage your support for ODF and ODFW staff and partner organizations working toward that HCP that's the basis for a lasting private forest accord. As you know, federal approval of that plan is the linchpin for the accord. We must show good examples of how this can work on the ground, where forest management improves the situation for salmon, reptiles, other threatened fish and wildlife species, and for local communities. Across Oregon, we have these examples. I suspect that in each of your home watersheds, there are private forest landowners working today with land trusts, watershed councils, state agencies, and other partners on such projects. They are improving fish and wildlife habitat, retaining cool water in floodplains, recharging groundwater, reducing the risk of landslides and damage from flooding, and providing natural fire breaks. You'll hear from your peers on the Mitigation Grant Program Subcommittee that all of those projects funded by the program must show uplift. I couldn't agree more. But I would encourage you to take the forest's perspective, recognizing that sometimes the return on the most lasting investments might not be clearly visible for a decade or more. In the upcoming legislative session, partners will be seeking $36 million for combined ODF and ODFW work on this project. A big portion of that funding will continue the investment in the private lands conservation and habitat restoration project under the mitigation grant program. Our legislators need to hear from us, both as a board and as individual members. The land trust community stands ready to help with that. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much. And then Greg Jacob.
Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry, my name is Greg Jacob. I serve on the State Forest Advisory Committee and also on the Oregon Sierra Club Forest Conservation Committee. As an environmental representative of SFAC, I care deeply about the future of Oregon forests, including finalizing the HCP, adopting a forward-looking forest management plan, and implementing the climate change and carbon plan. I'm surprised to see that discussion on the State Forest Management Plan on harvest scenarios on Thursday afternoon is not open for public comment. While I value the perspectives of the Forest Land Trust Advisory Committee, they represent a fraction of the values and interests of Oregonians on how their state forest should be managed. Our state forests have multiple values that go far beyond timber production and revenues for the counties represented on the FTLAC. Western Oregon state forests have enormous potential for capturing and storing carbon to fight climate change if allowed to grow into older, mature forests. This is being recognized in the development of the management plan of the Elliott State Forest, and I hope this approach should also be happening on the state forest managed by the Board of Forestry. Besides listening to the wishes of FTLAC, the Board of Forestry should also hear from the State Forest Advisory Committee to help determine future management of our forests. The mission of the SFAC, and I quote, is, quote, to offer advice and guidance to ODF on the implementation of the Northwest Oregon State Forest Management Plan. The SFAC, quote, provides a forum to discuss issues, and ODF staff's role is not to simply tell us how state forests will be managed in the future. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Denise Monaghan.
Hi, good morning. My name is Denise Monahan. I'm an artist living in Astoria, Oregon. I moved here because this is a unique temperate rainforest full of water, old trees, and mosses. I'm heartbroken that soon most everything around this area will be clear-cut and turned into tree farms. Almost a century ago, Herman Hesse wrote, "Trees are sanctuaries. Whoever knows how to speak to them, whoever knows how to listen to them, can learn the truth. They do not preach. Most everything around this area will be clear-cut and turned into tree farms. They do not preach learning and precepts. They preach undeterred by particulars, the ancient law of life. Most people regard plants as alive, but not animate. Scientists are racing to learn as much as possible about the old forest while they are being logged out of existence. Our trees aren't just paper money. They are social beings that communicate with each other, linked by underground networks of microorganisms. Fungi and roots pass information back and forth, much as our own neurons do. When a forest is clear-cut and aerial sprayed, the soil becomes hard and sterile, and the underground communication shuts down. In addition to the damage to the mycorrhizal network, other systems are also impacted. Trees provide us with oxygen, clean water, soil health, places for wild nature and salmon to live, and climate mitigation. They are our protection against an uncertain future. The value in letting the second growth stand is immeasurable for our health and for the future. People need trees. We want a living world for our children. I support HPC, no clear cutting in our watersheds or mature stands in our state forests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. And our last testimony provider is Tara Matisse.
Oh, I see. I think I got it now. Good morning. I just wanted to start out by saying I'm glad to know that the board has been updating the management plans and the rules for logging on private lands. It's nice to know that you're keeping up with the things that are changing so rapidly. The reason I'm coming here is regarding something that has a closed comment period, but I'm reflecting the common experience where I live, and this is in Josephine County. And people are not really aware of what's going on with the fire or risk hazard map. And they were not really adequately informed of the meetings that occurred. The maps weren't available at the meetings. The comment period closed in 4 weeks instead of 8. And there's going to be a lot of confusion going on from the local landowners and stuff there. I've submitted to you a written comment that kind of explains some of the things I'm speaking about. And I've got a detailed attachment, which I lost because I'm doing this all on a smartphone. But the detailed attachment also make some suggestions as to some ways that might remedy some of the issues people in Southwest Oregon have with the process of creating a fire resilient landscape, fuel breaks around their homes, et cetera. Because there's some things that were not considered in depth, like people's electric supply, the increased demand that opening around their homes are going to be, and an insufficient carrying system, supply system for power there, for instance. Another big issue is with roads and electric power line maintenance. Those run basically right up to people's homes.
Sarah, thank you for your comment. The time has ended.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I encourage you to look at the comment and consider working with the PUC so that everybody's on the same page with going through the landscape management down there. Thank you.
To those who provided testimony, thank you today for honoring the 2-minute time limit and for your participation in the board meeting. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, and members of the board, this concludes the public forum portion of our September meeting.
Thank you, Eleni. Obviously, respectfully, we are by law needing to ignore the last commenter because of the comment period being officially closed. I'll make one quick comment, and this is regarding the board's role with annual operating plans. And we do have to follow the statute, but the board also has a role of representing Oregonians. And so where it's never a clear line, but for example, we learned that through the comment period and all for people that were in that area, that the department met the letter of the law. But also there were no notices that went out to the homeowners, people who were property owners directly next to some of those sales. And I think this has come up in the past. I think the board's made the point before. That doesn't, that isn't right. People shouldn't have to be digging to find out that something's going to be happening on the property right next door to them, like a timber sale. So I hope the department is hearing us loud and clear, and I think we do have a role there to represent the public. But beyond that, we have to follow the statute. Any other quick comments before we move on?
Chair Kelly. So, Chair Kelly, I respect you. And there was a comment about respect during the public comment, and I respect you. And I hope you know that. And the other thought that I had is I had an opportunity to participate in a conversation with our new members who were just dropped in quickly and bravely went through our first meeting. And when I was having this conversation with them and one of the staff, I just thought about Clark Seeley and how he wanted to elevate our conversation. And into that conversation, what came to me is that because of our just the way that we have to operate within this board, a lot of our information is transactional, and that gets us through most of the time. But I think the deeper conversation that I experienced with Bob and Heath is the opportunity to make it transformational. And that really gets at really deeply solving problems. And it's that full and frank, respectful dialogue that I saw between these two new board members that gives me a lot of hope that they will be a part of some really wonderful transformational actions that'll come in the future. So I just want to say thank you for being here and that I honor the chair.
Okay, certainly true. I don't feel disrespected. I think Bob and I are both pretty tough, I hope. And if he feels disrespected, I apologize. And with that, we will move to the fire season update. And I think we've got Chris Klein and Ron Graham here to do that for us.
Yes, good morning, Chair Kelly. Thank you for the opportunity. Members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto, appreciate the opportunity. We're probably, I don't know, maybe 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way through fire season. It has been quite the fire season. I've been out on the road a lot. Just got back. We have 2 incident management teams we just deployed over the last couple of days outside of Klamath Falls and east of Prineville. Ron Graham will get into some of the details, but I think I've put about 3,000 miles on over the last 7 weeks, and just seeing communities and seeing the effects of fire season. And this is a once again, an upper level amount of fire and destruction that we're dealing with. So I probably have some closing comments, but Mr. Ron Graham, Deputy Chief of the Protection Division, has the presentation, and then I'll probably add a little bit at the end. And I can't remember if for the record, Chris Klein, Division Chief of Protection for Department of Forestry. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. For the record, my name is Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Operations in the Fire Protection Division. If you may recall, at your June meeting, we gave you a little bit of a fire season preview, what we thought the fire season in 2024 would be. All of the predictions leading into the 2024 fire season were indicating that perhaps we would have an average fire season with a normal start to fire season, which typically later in July is when we actually start to see our fire season kick off and start in its full sense. We can get this working. There we go. So some of the things we were seeing back in June, much of the state was coming through fair snowpack, not record snowpacks, above average in some areas. We had some early season meltdown and loss of that snowpack, but we had some really good recovery in our drought, and that was welcomed. And again, looking at the significant wildfire potential outlooks for most of the state, June seemed pretty benign, which is somewhat typical for us again. And then usually in July, we start seeing things pick up, and the map indicated that most of Eastern Oregon, especially Southeastern Oregon, was going to likely experience some significant wildfire potential increases above normal. So that was early first week of June. Kind of by mid-June, we really started to see some of the change in the weather and shifts in the weather. And we started seeing some significant fire activity pick up in late June, early July. Once July hit, there were a couple significant events noted up here that really changed the dynamics of the fire season for us. One, starting right around the 4th of July, was a bit of a significant heat wave. While no strong heat dome events were predicted for the season, this was a pretty significant heat wave. We saw it repeated again in a couple of weeks. Triple-digit temperatures, unfortunately followed by lightning, mostly of the dry form. That really kicked off the fire season for us. You can see during the multiple storm event, over 6,100 strikes recorded. Our indices were at the extreme levels, and we were seeing fire growth, very rapid, intense, and extreme fire growth. So things really kind of kicked off in Southwest Oregon, June 20th, with the Upper Applegate fire. Good news about the Upper Applegate fire early on. Cal's saying, oh yeah, I said, not quite that early, but it really kicked off that early, was that we didn't have to mobilize an Oregon Department of Forestry incident management team, the local district, with our partners, used a type 3 incident management team, kept that fire with a lot of good hard work at just over 1,124 acres. So really good work, but that was a good wake-up call for us that we had fire season upon us a little bit earlier than was predicted, and we were seeing that play out. I like to monitor the fire season by when you start seeing 1-acre fires become 10-acre fires, become 100-acre fires. We know things have shifted and initial attack's going to be challenged, and that was the case here. And then things shifted over to the east side a little bit. and we had the Darlene 3 fire in our Central Oregon district on the 25th. This was our first Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Fire Management Assistance Grant qualifying fire. We were in unified command with the Department of State Fire Marshal, BLM, and a lot of homes were threatened. Again, a fairly significant amount of work, type 3 team managing this again, just under 4,000 acres. So now we've had 2 of our areas come on board with pretty active fire. It's not even July yet. We've had to bring on severity resources early on, and we're starting to see heavy engagement with firefighters. I'll touch on safety towards the end of the presentation, but if you recall, there was heat waves, back-to-back heat waves, rapid fire growth, large fires. You start to see some early season safety concerns like heat exhaustion, that type of thing, when we rapidly go from kind of 0 to 60, if you would. And then if you following along, we had the next fire. I got to look at my name is covered up there. Can't really see exactly which one that's supposed to be indicating. Unfortunate. All right, so 7/7, we started seeing, our first team deployments with IMT Hessel coming on board. Yeah, it should be Salt Creek. I'm not sure that's what our, yep, there we go.
Didn't know what the beast did.
That's right.
Salt Creek, but.
Yep. Right, that's when Cal said, oh my gosh, so Salt Creek, July 7th, looked like it was gonna have tremendous amount of potential. Again, in the Southwest Oregon district, 1,500 acres, first ODF team deployment for the season. Followed very quickly, Eastern Oregon again. So we've had a little bit of back and forth from our Southern Oregon area to Eastern Oregon area. Larch Creek fire in our Central Oregon district, Dalles unit. This fire took off quickly. Lightning caused fire. Actually, I think it was human caused fire on this one. And OSFM with their incident management team was called in again, and an attempt with the Central Oregon Fire Management Type 3 team, which quickly exceeded their capabilities. And so the second team deployment for ODF with Team 2. This fire was again the second qualifying FEMA event for the department. And this early in July, 2 FEMA fires already. We're starting to see well above an average fire season, which again was indicated a little bit in July for Eastern Oregon area. Followed very quickly through those series of those lightning events after those heat domes. Then we had the Battle Mountain complex. This fire quickly grew with the extreme fire behavior, high temperatures, winds, several fires. This is very typical of lightning caused events where multiple fires combine, grow into one larger fire. This was also a FEMA qualifying fire. There's actually a list of fires that have been consolidated into the Battle Mountain complex, all qualifying for FEMA. This is one of the first times that consecutively we've had 2 ODF teams assigned on the same incident. Now we've had an ODF team spend 14 days on a fire, time out, have another ODF team come in behind them, but 2 teams at once on the same fire doesn't happen very often. But due to the size, proximity, location, travel time, logistics to manage this, support resources, we had our 2 ODF teams as well as the State Fire Marshal Green team on the Battle Mountain complex. This continues to be a large workload for the Eastern Oregon area. There's still a lot of work to be done as it's burned across a lot of jurisdictions. And a lot of suppression repair work to be done on the Battle Mountain fire yet. So unfortunately, we had all of our incident management teams engaged in fire. Typically what we do in those situations is we look to our interagency partners and our interagency teams through the Pacific Northwest, as well as our compact partners in states that we have agreements with. We've utilized North Carolina and Florida incident management teams several times in the past, as well as we've sent incident management teams there. So we were able to get a combined, predominantly North Carolina incident management team, supported a little bit with Florida, to take the first 14 days. They extended, it became closer to 21 days on the Lane 1 fire, Cottage Grove Lane 1. Once they timed out, this is one of those cases where we had the ODF team come in behind those. And again, what was multiple fires became 3 fires, became 1 large fire. Kind of the story of the fire season for some of these lightning events that merged into 1 larger complex. On the heels of that, back up to Northeast Oregon. The Winding Waters Complex, again, another series of fires up in our Northeast Oregon district. This was fortunately held to just 760 acres, but looking at the weather and the threats and the fires on the landscape, our team 2 was ordered for that. And again, you can see 5 fires burning across our jurisdiction. Really challenging area. If this had not been caught and supported with resources as aggressively as it was, I think we would have had another tens of thousands of acre fire on the landscape to deal with. Following back up down to Southwest Oregon, out of the DFPA, Douglas Forest Protection Association area, the Dixon Fire. This fire was multiple jurisdiction, Forest Service, BLM, tribal, ODF protection, just under 2,000 acres. Again, unified command. We've been in some sense of unified command with our partners throughout the fire season. That has worked really well. That is an indication of the complete and coordinated system, how well it works, the value of strong partnerships and relationships that we have with the state fire marshal, with our federal partners, everybody coming together. Throughout all of this time, the nation was at the highest preparedness level. The geographic area, Washington, Oregon, was at the highest preparedness level, and our ODF activity level was also at 5. We remained that way for quite some time. Resources were really challenged, being able to get resources for these fires with multiple large fires across the landscape. And then we got a little break that we'll talk about in a little bit. There was a little bit of weather that came through. And then we went into Labor Day weekend. And as mentioned already, we saw our latest 2 large fires on ODF jurisdiction that required incident management teams. Starting off over in Klamath Lake with the Copperfield Fire, Team 3 with Tyler McCarty and the OSFM Red Team went into there. That became our 11th FEMA fire of the year. So well above average. We haven't seen the numbers of FEMA qualifying events since 2020. Typically, we will see 3 or 4. 6 has been a very above average year, but 11 is second only to 2020 in recent history. And that fire is currently over 3,240 acres, and it's getting good progress on it. I think we'll have some line around that fire, at least initial line probably later today, and then begin holding on to that fire through this weather event that we'll speak of in a bit. And then that was followed the next day up in Central Oregon with the Shoe Fly Fire. That fire is a little bit larger than the 3,000 acres indicated there. I think yesterday we were tracking closer to 20,000 acres on Shoe Fly, and Chair Kelly can indicate with the evacuation notices and updates he's getting frequently. And that one's going to be a little bit of a challenge for us just due to the size, nature of it, where it's at, fuels. However, we do get good resource commitment. We've reached out to our partners. Since we were in that level 5 across all 3 National Geographic and then state, we've been able to drop down in the geographic area to 4, nationally to a 4. That changes some of the complexity of resource allocations up. It's let some resources reset and get back home. And it's allowed us to call on our partners once again, CAL FIRE, states from the southeast, northeast part of the country, and our compact partners to get resources that are going to be badly needed for that. We've also utilized part of our ODF IMT2, which is our last remaining team to support Team 1 with some logistics section support and all that. So not unlike other times in the fire season already, we find ourselves with not quite a full ODF incident management team up and available. We've got some holes to fill there, but again, That's where there's partnerships with CAL FIRE and other states come into play. So those are the big fires we've had across the landscape. The big fires predominantly ODF jurisdiction, ODF incident management teams managing those fires. Wanted to talk a little bit about some early IA successes as well, because there's been a lot of great success stories. We've had over 700 statistical fires. I'll talk statistics here in a little bit. But we went through a handful or a dozen or so large fires that you've heard the name of over and over throughout the season. But some of the critical IA successes and fires you didn't hear a lot about. First is the Parish Creek complex in our Central Oregon district in the John Day unit. This fire was closer to the town of Spray than the Lone Rock fire was, and posing a threat or significant threat. Real good initial attack, real good use of those compact resources that we brought in from Alaska. We had several resources from Alaska Division of Forestry that came in. Alaska has allowed us to have a strike team of their engines all summer. As soon as their fire season ended, they shipped engines down on barges, and they've sent crews every 2 weeks to restaff them, just like they're a part of ODF. So we've had an additional 4 to 5 engines every 2 weeks staffed from Alaska, as well as hand crews from Alaska Division of Forestry and miscellaneous overhead. Those partnerships have been key to helping keep things like the parish complex and supplementing our aggressive initial attack at the district level. Less than 100 acres on both the fires in the parish complex, and that could have been significant again. I think early on, all anticipation was they were going to merge into the Lone Rock fire and become part of that. And then over on our West Oregon district, shifting back to the west side, you see the center picture, one of these single engine scoopers dropping on the Silver Falls fire. Another good example of our severity program and the aviation assets being very effective. You can see the timber, the topography, the fuel loading involved there. That could have been a significant west side fire on the landscape had we not had those resources available to us. And then the last caption picture down at the bottom, the Lee Falls fire over in the Forest Grove area near Hegg Lake. This was a significant start. Again, we thought we were going to have another large west side fire on the landscape, but that fire too was kept to minimal size, no incident management team. It did qualify under the FEMA Fire Management Assistance Grant. And you could see it had plenty of fuels, homes threatened, values at risk. And what the picture doesn't show you adequately is some of the topography is involved there as well. So really challenging when we get into those heavier west side fuels. But good success stories. And there's many more of those, because again, out of those over 700 fires, there's many of them we never hear the name of, and that's a good thing. So back to kind of 3/4 of the way through August, we were saying we were kind of at halftime in the fire season. We had some weather predicted to come in. We had some wetting rain, measurable wetting rain, which is a rarity and a welcome in August anytime we get that. Covering some good parts of the state. And I'll show you some rainfall totals over that couple day period that were fairly substantial. This was a game changer in the fire season where we're at the current time. I think we're starting to see a lot of fatigue. We were starting to see a lot of our incident management teams getting just a few days rest, going back out immediately. Those strong partnerships that we called upon across the country, we were starting to see a little bit of slowdown in getting resources from our partners. So things weren't trending in a good direction. By that point in time, we started seeing more of those normal accidents and injuries show up in the fire season. Slips, trips, falls, sprains, stings, heat exhaustion. Those types of injuries and accidents were starting to rise in frequency. But again, we saw some really significant rainfall amounts. Over 2 inches in a station, over 1.5 inches in some areas. West side receiving great amounts of rain. Unfortunately, east side fairly minimal to nothing. But good coverage on the west side that really helped us get at least ahead on some areas, slow things down for new starts. That would have been a real challenging time for us to have another new start on the landscape, like we saw over the Labor Day weekend with the 2 new large fires. that would have happened and we wouldn't have that rainfall, we would have been extremely challenged, adequately staff those fires. So that was a good little halftime break for us. I'd say we're probably in the third quarter right now of the fire season is where we're at. As indicated, the large fire map, it's pretty busy looking between all those small fires and the large fires we've seen. Just kind of highlighted the copper field down in the central part in the lower portion, and then Shoe Fly up in Central Oregon District. Those are the two new large fires, as I mentioned, and as well as all of those other fires. You can see this was indicating 10 FEMA fires. There's technically 11. With the merger, we have 10 as we've merged a lot of those into that Battle Mountain complex. And again, significant fire across the landscape, touching all areas when you count in what Northwest Oregon dealt with in Forest Grove and whatnot. We've had large fire activity in all three of our areas this season. That's challenging as well. Our militia has been called upon many times. We've had great response from the rest of the agency, divisions, programs, our partners, and we'll touch on that a bit more here in a bit. So we're trending at right now 744 statistical fires for ODF. That's a little bit below our 10-year average year to date. Part of that is we've changed a little bit of process with our Bureau of Land Management West Side Agreement. When a fire originates on BLM lands that we protect on the west side now, those are not being counted as an ODF stat fire. Those are being counted as a Bureau of Land Management statistical fire due to the ownership where they start. We track them as a non-statistical fire, so we'll see a little bit of a shift in our overall fire numbers due to that. We've had over 200,000 acres burned this season already on ODF protection. You add in our impact acres across the state, so non-statistical fires, offset areas, those type of things, we're at over 254,000 acres burned. Now, typically, we run about 50% or more of the fires. That is the case once again this year. There's well over 1,500 fires across all jurisdictions. We're well in that range of 50% of the fires. But when it comes to acres burned, we're significantly below where we're at with burned acres across the state. We'll see that here in a bit. So that's the good news, even though it's been a above average year for us with acres burned. When we look at recent years, you'll see that 2020, 2021 stand out as more acres burned on ODF protection, with 2024 right behind that. The other key thing to point out is currently we're at 94% key performance measures were brought up and discussed. We have the key performance measure and protection of keeping 98% of fires 10 acres or less. We're currently at 94%. We average 95, close to 96% most years, keeping our fires at 10 acres or less. Lightning's been a significant factor this year, as well as, human cause continue to be an uptick in fires for us. So a little bit more on the success side of things, some of the help we've received from across the country and our Canadian partners. Saskatchewan and Northwest Territories sent resources down to us. Some of those folks participated in a statewide support team. When we get at our ODF protection activity level 5 and our PL5s across the country, oftentimes we utilize a statewide support team to help us acquire more resources, make those calls and direct connections to our partners in the compacts, as well as other states. Overall, we're up to well over 500 people that we've brought in through these agreements, international resources from our Canadian partners. We utilized our newly added state of Hawaii to our Northwest Compact. So we were the first state to utilize the resources from Hawaii as part of the compact. And you can see the large list of states that supported us from across the country, literally from Maine to Florida to Alaska to California. So we covered all 4 corners. A lot of the Midwest and Northeastern states really helped out. We implemented a daily call through the National Association of State Foresters Fire Committee and their fire director to talk daily to see what part of the country needed resources, what parts of the country could provide resources. And that was part of this direct pipeline to send us resources that were badly needed. Those over 500 now resources, we would not have gotten them any other way, with the national system being as heavily impacted as it was on any given day during this time period. As we looked across the country, there would be outstanding orders for division supervisors, heavy equipment bosses, task force leaders. And on average, 500 of those orders daily were being unable to fill across the country. Those are key mid-level fire management positions we need on these large fires. We called on some other state partners, the Oregon National Guard. With the governor's declaration of a state of emergency due to wildfire, we are able to utilize National Guard hand crews for the first time in a couple of years. We had 7 crews of 20 people assigned to both the Falls telephone fires and then later on the Diamond Complex. These crews were pre-trained going into the season. The little picture on the upper corner is the Guard completing the mandatory refresher training for the year and shelter deployments just prior to mobilizing. So they do that the day before they mobilize to the incident. They get their gear distributed, tools distributed to them, and then they mobilize directly to the incident from there. Really successful partnership. We're really thankful that at a time when all of the Type 2 crews from the contract companies were utilized across the country, that we were able to get these 7 hand crews through the National Guard. We also relied very heavily this year on National Guard aviation. It's very common that the first National Guard resource we call during a state of emergency is the National Guard aviation for medevac, as was the case this year. This year, we utilized 2 aircraft for a total of 60 days, 6 missions. That's a heavy complement of pilots and resources and commitment for the National Guard to do a 60-day mission like that. That was very well received in supporting firefighters across all those large fires you saw on the map. Without having those resources, we had one in the north central, one in more south central part of the state to support firefighters and be able to extract an injured firefighter. Tactics and strategies have to change when you don't have that resource. And there's not enough contract aviation resources that can do that work across the country to be able to provide them for all the large fires that need them. So again, very thankful for the National Guard to provide that critical asset. And then also suppression helicopters. You can see over 162,000 gallons of water dropped. They supported the Dixon, the Microwave, and the Lane 1 fires with suppression helicopters as well. Our severity program, we're in kind of record hour territory this year. We're well above our normal average. Normal average 1,180 hours. As of last week, we're at 1,322 hours. That was before Copperfield and Shoofly. That number will increase pretty significantly as we're utilizing those severity aviation air resources currently. Over 3,500 bucket drops, 980,000 gallons of water, 257,000 gallons of retardant, 328,000 gallons of water enhancing gel. We've shuttled and delivered 95 firefighters aerially to incidents and moved over 1,300 pounds of equipment. So the severity program has been extremely busy, extremely challenging year for our severity program. Like those other mid-level managers that are highly sought after and hard to come by in our system, in the national system, aviation managers are a real rare commodity. And when we're utilizing that program to its full extent and all of our call when needed additional helicopters to staff the fires, real challenge to find managers to oversee the use of those aircraft, sometimes the limiting factor. We also utilized our agency-owned multi-mission aircraft really heavily again this year. Our numbers are down a little bit as far as initial detection and our number of hours flown, partially because we had a late start to the season while doing repairs to the aircraft, and then we hit 100-hour mandatory inspection and maintenance and continue to uncover some significant wear and tear on the aircraft. The problem is it's a decades-old aircraft manufactured in a foreign country that Parts are very hard to come by now. So currently that aircraft is down right now, again, waiting on parts and repair. And that's a reoccurring concern for us. We were able to partner with some privately acquired multi-mission aircraft to map some of the fires and do some lightning detection, as well as worked with Washington DNR with their multi-mission aircraft. They were a little bit short of staffing for their aircraft. We had staffing with our aircraft down, so we partnered with them, flew missions for Washington DNR as well as ODF to meet the needs that we had in Northeast Oregon as best we could.
Ron, I hate to interrupt, but we're behind, and I would love to have the board be able to ask some questions. So if you could do whatever you can to wrap it up quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Will do. All right, so just to the acres burned, that well over 200,000 acres burned, over 250 on our protection. As mentioned, you can see where that stands in the last 3, 4, 5 years in the recent 2020, 21, and now 24 as the biggest years we've had for acres burned. There's again, one of the years, 2024 falls into with the other grouping of years for 94% of our key performance measure. You can see the trend line continues to go up on ODF protection. 20, 21, and 24 will continue to influence our average acres burned every year, as well as our partner acres across all jurisdiction. That trend line continues to go up. And then cost, you'll hear a lot more on the cost of the fire season. We're well over $200 million gross, in the $60 million range net. We've got a lot of recoveries coming in from other partners, and those 11 FEMA fires are tracking around 60 million in recovery from the FEMA fires as well this year. And you can see where that falls in our averages within our 5 and 10-year averages. Again, a very significant costly fire season as far as gross fires costs, and net fire costs not as bad with all those recoveries for us. Interesting to note, people have said, oh, we would have hit an insurance policy. Well, not with the policy that was last presented to us at almost $75 million deductible. We wouldn't have hit an insurance policy claim yet this year. Interesting. Safety, just touching on that to wrap things up a bit for y'all. You can see the spikes pick up in June. Mentioned that fire season start in June, those heat-related incidents we saw with firefighters continue through the month of September. Those are our big months, June through September, of safety incidents. But looking at 2024, where we are in the last 5 years, things are trending really well. We're in a good place, and we can do a little bit more in depth later on with you at a future meeting if you have questions on how we actually ended the season safety-wise. So where are we going now? Well, you saw that going into the season, we were recovering from drought. Drought built back in a little bit over the summer. That's a concern we'll watch. There's a little bit of forecast shift after we get through this current hot, dry, windy weather of possibly some moisture coming back into the northeast part of the state. East side doesn't look so good. Temperatures continue to moderate. The latest significant fire outlook for September has some clean lines around the state that aren't really indicative of what's going on out there currently. We're still continuing to see above normal significant fire potential in much of eastern Oregon. And we've got a couple weeks of fire season probably to go historically before we see season ending events to really cool things down. And just the final shout out to all of our partners in our complete and coordinated system we heard throughout. We couldn't have done it this fire season. It's not over yet without all of our partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member, questions? Go ahead, Liz.
Joe.
Oh. Joe, go ahead.
Thanks, Ron. Joe Justice for the record. Hey, I got to give a shout out to Northeast Oregon. Ron, you talked about some of the smaller fires or the fires that don't become big, but there was some tremendous catches out Northeast, and we had quite a bit of lightning. And you saw the coordination of the complete and coordinated effort out there where it got so coordinated that they got way down on the bench. They got to me. I mean, you're really going through the dregs when I'm actually leading dozers to fires, but they had some fantastic catches, and I want to make sure that I just use the opportunity to thank Northeast. There's A big one was the Big Canyon fire. That was an incredibly difficult fire that started with lightning that was in a very tough spot. They brought in the Forest Service hotshot crew. They had some cooperation with the weather and were able to catch that fire. And I guess I'm really sensitive to those sorts of things. I mean, that's not a piece of property. That's a piece of property managed by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife now that I used to manage. But I care deeply about that property, and it's amazing when I guess I'm very close to that, and I see and I talk to the firefighters and the coordination and what they're doing and how they're thinking about those fires, how they can safely, aggressively fight those fires. And I just want to make sure the board understands that that's going on every day, and it's not only going on in Northeast Oregon, it's going on across the state. But we have a tremendous firefighting force that I just want to make sure that everybody understands what's happening out there, because it's a big deal. The landowners that manage land like I do.
Okay, we've got Liz, then Brenda, then Ben.
So I've got two questions, and it's good to see you guys come out the other end of fire season unsinged. You know, you're tired, you've been stretched, but you know, it's good to see you out there. My first question is, and I probably know the answer to this, given that the season just exploded almost right away. We went to 3, 4, and 5 like that. Was there any opportunity or thought to sort of letting some of these lightning natural fires just burn naturally? And I forget the term for that. Or were we way past that by the time the fire season had settled in?
Yeah, that's not in our mission, quite frankly, for the lands that we protect. We are by statute told to go put fire out, and so we haven't let any fires burn. There were some early season fire use now, and you and I have talked at length, right? And so you know I'm a proponent of that and getting fire back into the landscape, but not during fire season, right? It needs to be during certain circumstances, off season, shoulder seasons, when it's more predictable what the outcome is. So we're not letting any fires burn. We have 100% suppression on our fires.
And then thank you. And then the second question is, we had some discussion pre-fire season and on the difficult decision y'all made to not put the air tankers in contract. Are you anticipating that coming out? I know that you talked about, you know, not going with the policy and how's that played off, but what are you anticipating with that?
You know, I think it's worked out okay, and Ron can jump in here if he has a little bit, maybe a closer touch to it, Liz. But you know, as we presented early in the year, there is a robust fleet of air tankers, correct, at the federal level. And the Department of Forestry, Oregon Department of Forestry, we got into that business back when the federal air tankers, specifically, they had several C-130s and some major fatality accidents, wings falling off the airframes, shut down their entire program. That's when Department of Forestry got into the large tanker business. Since then, they have a brand new next generation fleet of air tankers, very robust across the federal landscape, which we've had access to all summer long. So I think that has turned out as we predicted.
All right. Great. Congratulations. And thank you for inviting us Monday calls. It's really informative.
Yeah, this is a question that I hope won't derail us too much, and it may be totally unfair, but since you had fires occurring pretty much all across the state, with a few exceptions under, I would say, some pretty difficult weather conditions, in your opinion, based upon what you've seen and experienced over your careers, where would fuel reduction in prescribed fire have made a difference? And where would it be probably not worth the effort of going to do that work? Because I agree with Liz. I think more fire in the forest and let burn is a good idea, but not if it's going to endanger people and property, right? So where do we put our efforts?
Well, I think later today we'll talk about the hazard map, and it probably paints a fairly decent picture. Would follow where a lot of these large fires have been, correct? Up through Southern Oregon, into the Cascades, over into Central Oregon, and across the state. And I think it would make a significant difference, but you know, from my opinion, so you asked me my professional opinion, it needs to be at a wartime effort. It needs to not be 1,000 acres here and there. You know, we've been suppressing fire since the early 1900s, and fire was a part of the natural regime. And now obviously things have changed in our society. You know, we're intermixed with industrial timberlands, with homes, in the wildland urban interface. And so it's, you know, it's a very, I appreciate you asking the question. It's not an easy answer, right? It's a societal answer. It's not going to come from any one person, any one agency, any one location. And we all have to have buy-off in what it looks like. My professional opinion, I think it's a combination of fire use. It's a combination of mechanized equipment. There's probably places where light hand on the land where it's men and women, you know, out doing handwork. But I think it needs to be a robust, and it needs to be higher on our priority list as a society. And you know, I think it would have provided, I think, as an example, perhaps juniper, you know, it is, I think, in the 7 to 9 million acre range, and used to be around less than 1 million acres across Oregon, right? That just is one example of something that has spread due to the lack of fire, due to management practices. And it drinks all the water, you know, it exacerbates the drought conditions, et cetera. And so I don't mind the question at all. I'm glad you asked it. I think we all, as a society, need to ask that question and figure out corporately how to get to a good solution.
Yeah, thanks for tackling the question. And it's pretty clear that the number of incidents is not going to likely to decline over the future. It's going to get worse. And so elevating this issue might be something that we all take on.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for all the amazing work you and your teams have been doing out there. It's been impressive to follow along what you guys have managed to accomplish. I wanted to dig a little more into the initial attack. Over the last couple of years, we've heard a lot of success stories about lots more cameras, lots more initial attack severity resources out there. And you gave some great success stories of catching fires small. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on lessons learned on where our weak spots are this year. I mean, you mentioned our multi-mission aircraft. Sounds like a real weak spot for ODF right now. But it sounds like maybe it's more available people than technology at this point. But if you had any thoughts on sort of how far we've come and where we need to go with that initial attack, with those resources to keep those fires small.
Again, I have thoughts. And so I guess for the record, sorry if I'm supposed to say that every time, Chris Klein. Yeah, it's, you know, we do have great technology, right? We've got the aircraft, and I do think we need a more reliable platform for our state. And of course, the legislative passed giving us the opportunity to purchase a platform. We haven't been able to quite close the loop on that, but we are working on it. Staff has come with recommendations, and we are moving forward with that. The cameras are a great addition, et cetera. But you touched on something that really strikes a chord with me. I had about 3 additional pages of notes here, and for the sake of time, I want to respect that. But to synthesize, one of the key points in there was I'm very concerned for the long-term success on maintenance of ODF fire teams and agency staff. It was tucked away in one of the slides in there, but 15 times full the acres year to date as we were last year. Yeah, last year might have been a down year. You know, that'll happen once in a while, but predominantly we don't have down years. We are on this exacerbated trend, and we have been pretty easily traceable since 2013. Our men and women on our teams, you know, we started those models in the 1950s. A lot of the things we doing are legacy issues, but in a completely changed fire environment. So I couldn't be prouder of the men and women all across the state. There have been phenomenal catches, but our folks on our teams, for instance, they're on pace to work 50, 60, 65 days this summer. That's away from their homes. It's away. Our teams are volunteer basis, so that's away from their normal duties. I'm very concerned about the men and women in the districts that are taking care of the initial attack while all those other folks are gone on these large fire events. 500 outstanding overhead orders across the nation, right? For which directly ties into safety and ability to operate on the ground. I mean, it is absolutely not just our agency, but across the business, a changed landscape. I won't say changing, it's a changed landscape. You mentioned the fire out by your property, I take it, the shoe fly, I believe it was. We responded to that with a team yesterday. I was over there with that team for the in-brief, 20,000 acres. If you go back and look again to our history, when our teams were started, we're still using the same model. The first fire dispatched to was in 1956. It was 777 acres. And the next year we exercised again at 800 acres. Oh, the third year we broke, 1,200 acres. We're back into the single digit, the triple digits, hundreds of acres. It's a completely different, it's a different environment, using the same model. And, I think the winds of change are at hand, and I look forward to the conversations. I look forward to your support. We're going through the wildfire funding group right now. We need to change, and we need to do it now. So did that answer your question? Okay.
So, I just, Cal, wants to jump in here, and Heath next, and I'm going to discuss that, and then Bob. This is a really important subject, and I'm really sorry that we are in as short of time as we are, and I actually would like to formulate a policy discussion for our retreat around fire. And so with that, just for those of you who still have questions or comments, every minute is coming out of your break and lunchtime at this point. Okay, Cal.
Real quick, this is Cal McMillan, State Forester. I have to say though, on prescribed burning and landscape resiliency, we're not gonna get ahead of this unless we put some pressure, more pressure in that area. I was really happy at the last Northwest MAC that the federal agencies, Fish and Wildlife, Forest Service, BIA with cultural burns are all saying they're gonna start doing their burns this fall. They don't want to give up on that. Secondly, UTFs. I don't think I've heard that abbreviation so much than this year. It really shows ODF needs to be investing in its middle management. And I'm going to say that's a future discussion. Okay, thank you.
Heath.
My question, I will follow up with you later. I have a question about kind of scarcity of resources and how you prioritize in the face of both equipment scarcity and financial scarcity. I also just wanted to highlight, I think, we've spent a lot of money trying to put fires out, and there have been a lot of acres burned. It's always worth highlighting that a lot of people have lost their livelihoods. They've lost a lot of property this year, and a lot of livestock. That's always one of the hardest things to see. It's a very sober topic. I genuinely appreciate the efforts that the department makes, and that it is a full suppression effort. And I hope we don't get too casual in our conversations about, where fire should and shouldn't be. That is a deliberate conversation that has people's lives and livelihoods in the consequence.
And Bob.
Thank you. For the record, Bob VanDyk. First, a quick comment, which is I personally benefited and appreciated your work on the Lee Falls fire. I live in Forest Grove, and I was reminded about how heavy smoke can transform your daily life. I also was impressed out in Forest Grove too, how the community pulled together, which I'm sure you see a lot, but like people helping people get their horses out of Cherry Grove and volunteering resources to people on websites. The question I've got is, and you don't have to go into it now, but I would be interested maybe in follow up, is the mix of what was burning, rangeland versus forest land versus agricultural land. And that matters, I think, in thinking about all the statistics there. My impression is there's been a lot of rangeland on the east side in particular, and not forest land. But understanding those differences would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Bob kind of got to the one question I had, which is I'm really interested in. I know, this goes beyond the boundaries of what you guys protect, but I'm really interested to find out, because this seems to be the year of the rangeland fire, is what percentage of the essentially what's burned in Eastern Oregon has been rangeland, what percentage has started on rangeland and gone into the trees. I think that's going to be an important policy discussion, because I keep getting struck living out there by the fact that if we have a wet spring next year, all those same rangelands can burn just as easily next year. And I think we need to have a knowledgeable and serious discussion, because if this is our future, we got to shift some things. It's ironic when this is Oregon Department of Forestry, and and largest firefighting organization in the state, and yet so much of this is happening outside of the trees. So anyhow, with that, I think we need to take a break, and we will come back and try to deal with our 2 items off the consent agenda, and then get back to. We won't be back on schedule. We'll probably have to shorten our lunch break as well. The time now is 10:40, so let's be back at 10:55. Okay, everybody, I'd like to reconvene. Catch up on, seems like agenda items could be handled. I'm gonna do them right now. Okay. Okay, I'd like to address the consent agenda items that we skipped over, and that was the item C. Item C, which was the Regional Forest Practice Committee appointments and reappointments, and item D, the annual performance progress report. And so I think I would like to just have a conversation on, let's start with the Regional Forest Practice Committee appointments.
Thank you, Jim. Ben Doimling for the record. So I asked for this to be separated out, and couple thoughts, and I'll get to why this will hopefully become apparent as I get through my comments here. But when I was confirmed to this board and applied and then got on the board, there was the application that I filled out had two of the three questions were, how am I going to work to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion at the department? And the first meeting I was in, the executive team at the time spent a pretty considerable amount of time talking about how they were all working towards creating a more diverse workforce here. And so when I look at the, think about the work that I do on the board, and I look at the slate of candidates and look at the whole makeup of these three committees, there are 27 members. There are 2 women, and to my knowledge, no minorities represented on these committees. And that's not representative of the industry. I know for a fact that the industry is significantly more diverse than these committees. And this has nothing whatsoever to do with the qualifications of these candidates. They're highly qualified and well-respected in their fields, and all would have a very useful and relevant voice on these committees. But ODF can and must do better in expanding the pool of folks on these committees and just throughout the agency. And so as a result, I wanted to pull this out and have a conversation about it because, again, I don't feel like this is representative of the industry at large. Thank you.
Brenda.
Thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. When I received the board materials and reviewed this agenda item, I know one person who is being proposed to serve on this committee quite well, and he is incredibly well qualified, and I'm sure the others are as well. But my reaction was the same as Ben's. I've called for attention to this issue around diversity on these committees multiple times over the last 6 years. And I've also raised questions about the agency's commitment to increasing diversity and inclusion over the last 6 years. And if this is the evidence that we're getting, that they're paying attention, they're not paying attention. So I also have requested demographic information in terms of staff in the agency over the last 10 years to look for trends. How are we doing? Are we getting better or not? And I got nothing. So I reached out to the Department of Administrative Services, asked the same question, and was told I could submit a public records request to get that information. That did not seem particularly helpful. And I have had discussions, private discussions, confidential discussions with people who have served in the agency, have been affected by people who are in the agency. And those anecdotes are not, they're concerning. So I would really like to see this as a discussion item for this board, maybe at the retreat, maybe at a future board meeting. But we need to dig into this because I feel like I've been stonewalled for the last 6 years on this topic.
I'll just comment that I too served with you through all of that and watched that conversation happen of asking and why aren't we doing better over and over and nothing much changes. And I do have sympathy for the fact that some of these positions are hard to fill, period. But the world is changing. I mean, the state is getting browner and browner, and the workforce has become so much more diverse. And I think we do. We feel, as board members, you feel frustrated. Certainly, I do. I'm not sure I have any answers. I think going a deeper dive during our retreat does make sense. Meanwhile, just open it up to any other comments and then ask for a vote since we've got to move ahead.
Sure. I mean, one comment I would have is that I would be interested in the efforts that the department has made. That is to say, the final composition of a suite of people, to me, is not definitionally evidence of discrimination, even if it lines up with minority representation. There are a lot of reasons that that could be true. And I think it's important to note that in our own non-discrimination policies, we provide that ODF will not tolerate discrimination on the basis of race, color, gender, or otherwise. And that we will promote people on the basis of neutral screening and selection criteria. That is to say, I think we need to be very careful how we engage this conversation and the outcomes that we want, whether they're procedural outcomes or in fact, we're intending to discriminate. So I do hope that we can explore this conversation in terms of the efforts that the agency is making to reach out to individuals and be inclusive. I think that that's important and that in fact, it's critical. But I don't take the composition of this group that is being advanced for the RFPC as definitionally discriminatory by the virtue of the fact that it's not terribly diverse.
Right.
I could just respond. Heath, thank you for raising that. I would invite you to read carefully the DEI action plan for the agency, which does raise the issue of less opportunities for advancement for certain groups within the agency than other groups within the agency. And so I think, anyway,
yes.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Joe.
Oh, Joe, sorry, I didn't see you.
I would just have a question, Mr. Chair, as we have this conversation, which I think is a valuable one to bring to the retreat, where we begin to talk about these committees, and from somebody who's served on these committees and understand the challenge in finding people on them. Are we talking about even talking about the committees themselves and I think their relevance? I think there's a question of what is their role in the post-PFA world? What is their role of these committees? I think that might be worthwhile having that conversation in addition. So I would just I don't know what kind of scope we're talking about here or
excellent question.
But I just point that out.
Excellent question. So with that and with our ever shrinking lunch time, I am going to ask, we'll both do these separately, but I'll try to do them as quickly as possible for a motion that that we accept the Regional Forest Parks Committee appointments and reappointments. Does somebody want to make a motion?
so moved.
Okay.
Second.
Keith has made the motion and Bob has seconded it. And quickly, we'll prepare yourselves to vote. Liz Agpawa?
Aye.
Keith Curtis?
Aye.
Ben Doimling?
No.
Joe Justice?
Aye.
Brenda McComb?
Oh,
Bob VanDyk?
Aye.
And I'll be an aye as well. And with that, the motion has carried. And I am going to now move us quickly to the next item, the annual performance progress report. Brenda, you made a few comments before, and they resonated with me certainly in terms of some of the stuff, not making a whole lot of sense, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but certainly, I heard you. Do we have other thoughts or more thoughts, Brenda?
I've already said what I felt like I needed to say, and yes, I'm willing to make a big deal out of it.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I would like to speak to
You
that.
bet, Bob.
I was also concerned both by the results of some of the indicators, just like the raw numbers don't look that great on a bunch of things there, which then raised the issue, I think Brenda and I got at too, is like, what's the relevance of some of these? Do we need to revisit them, or do they have appropriate targets? Maybe they do, and they're indicating a problem we need to address, or maybe they don't, and there's a better indicator that we can come up with. It may be desirable to have some time at a future meeting, either at the retreat or some other time to go through these, or even have a subgroup think about them and look at them. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Listening to Bob, I was just thinking the same thought, that there may be a subgroup. I'm not sure. We can talk about this perhaps in our kind of end of the day time or tomorrow. And also, what you were talking about, does these committee structures make sense? And I think those are both really valid questions, and perhaps subgroups on each of those to advise the board would be in order. But meanwhile, we would like to get a motion on item D that had been on the consent agenda to approve the annual performance progress report 2024. Okay,
No,
Liz.
can I ask a clarification?
Oh, sure.
So we would approve the report, but there is dialogue here about revisiting it, possibly at a retreat.
How about we do a motion of we approve the report with reservations? Can we do that?
Well, I don't really have reservations about the report. I mean, I think the report's the report, but yeah, I mean, to the extent you mean.
Somebody want to make yeah.
So I'll move approval.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Okay, Bob has moved for approval. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
All right, Heath has seconded it, and we'll do a roll call. Liz Power.
Aye.
Heath Curtis. Aye. Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb. Bob VanDyk.
Aye.
And I'll be an aye as well. And with that, we're going to wrap that up and go back to our agenda. And if I remember right, our next agenda item is the Department Financial Report for June, July, August, and James Short will be presenting for us. Thank you.
All right, good morning or good afternoon. It's almost lunchtime, so I won't take too much of your time today because we moved on here. So Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto, I'm James Short, the agency chief financial officer. I'm here to present on agenda item number 4, the department financial report. The presentation will provide an overview of how the fire season 2024 has impacted agency's cash flow. Yep, end of report. Okay. All right. I will be covering the first 2 items on this financial report, financial season impact on cash and short-term mitigation efforts by the agency. And Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations, will handle the long-term solution. All right. This has been a record-breaking fire season for the state of Oregon. Gross costs as of August 30th are $214.4 million, with net costs roughly $63.8 million. This is broken down to $10 million that will be reimbursed from the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund and $53.8 million reimbursed from the state general fund. The cost share recoveries from other agencies are $95.8 million from the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and other agencies. FEMA cost recoveries are estimated at $52.8 million for a total of $148.6 million of carrying costs for the department. So the department will have, the agency must pay out the fire costs up front and seek reimbursement from these partners. And this typically takes 2 to 3 years to do this. So cash and general fund available for the agency on July 1st, 2024 was cash on hand, $62.4 million. And fire protection general fund was $24.9 million for a total of $87.3 million in available resources for the agency to pay for the fire season costs. Next slide. As of August 30th, 2024, our cash balance is $22.3 million, with general fund in the fire protection program of $5.1 million. This gives the agency $27.4 million in available resources to pay for fire season costs coming ahead. Next slide. This graph highlights as fire season costs increase, cash and general fund resources are decreasing. So the first two are fire season, gross and net, the yellow and the gray, and general fund and cash are orange and blue as they decrease. Consistent with past fire seasons, ODF is working closely with CFO, LFO, the governor's office, and legislature to ensure that we will meet our financial obligations and ensure agency solvency. The current large fire funding structure was designed for the average fire season 1 decade ago, which costs $10 million or less. Fire suppression costs that exceed $10 million must be paid through general fund dollars and other programs at ODF. Expenses include firefighting resources such as contracted hand crews, aircraft, and heavy equipment at the time services are rendered, which means we have immediate financial obligations. This table highlights gross costs since fire season 2018 and what the agency has had to invoice, including this fire season. The MJO recommendation has brought efficiencies to our invoicing process. The fire season 2022 amount will be billed to the BLM in the next 60 days, and the fire season 2023 items will be are working through the billing and reconciliation process. But this was delayed as the state of Oregon went implemented the new Workday payroll system. And this work will begin this fall by the districts and the protection finance unit. In the next 120 days, the agency will be, actually, hold on. The agency has paid over $34.4 million of large fire costs to date. In the next 120 days, large fire disbursements are estimated to be $174.5 million, with our standard agency operating costs of $20 million. And this slide illustrates a typical 1 year of payables activity for the agency. And the agency prides itself on paying vendors within 30 days. And we are working closely with the Chief Financial Office, the Legislative Fiscal Office, the Governor's Office, and Legislature to implement financial strategies that ensure agency financial solvency, which includes paying our firefighters and vendors. These are highlighted by a 3-point plan. Number one, in the immediate term, we are considering various financial strategies that we have used successfully and deployed in the past, such as working cooperatively with our federal partners and state partners to delay appropriate payments, working with other state agencies on administrative cash flow management options, and requesting FEMA cash advancements, but this revenue potentially is likely 6 months out. ODF has also requested $47 million from the State Emergency Board in September. In preparation for the December Emergency Board, we will continue to deploy and adjust our financial strategies as needed to inform a December Emergency Board request. It is likely that additional funding will be requested through an early legislative budget bill to carry the agency's wildfire costs for the remainder of the biennium. That's the end of the report, and I'll turn it over to Kyle Williams to talk about our long-term strategies.
So James, how confident, I heard about the Workday putting the invoicing process behind, and of course, that's a sensitive issue for those of us who've been on the board a long time. How confident will that be? Should we be that will be caught up?
I'm confident that it will be caught up just because once they got the changes implemented, we went right into fire season. So it was too close. So the reports that are coming out of Workday for reconciliation are pretty 95% accurate. There's a margin of error that we can't bill on or absorb costs, but we're looking to get those billed out pretty soon.
So not to put words in your mouth, but does that mean that by the end of the year, we'll be where we need to be on
invoicing out?
Yeah.
Well, it is a long process. We do have many active payment teams going on right now with our small administrative staff throughout the districts that are working on the payment teams for the current fire season. So we're trying to juggle between the two.
So I shouldn't be hugely confident that we be there. Okay, that's fair enough. Appreciate the honesty. Liz.
So with that, James, Liz Powell, board member, was there anything that we could have done differently at different times during this? I mean, or were we always inevitably going to end here? I mean, do you have any thoughts of that from what you've experienced this season?
No, our funding model is broken, and when we become responsible for a lot of cost share fires, the state and with the federal government, we put the money out first and seek reimbursement. So as the fires and the cost shares increase, and when we're the paying agent, or when the Forest Service or the federal partners are in using our resources, there is a liability to the state that is unreal, that we have no control over.
Are there any other states that are being more successful that we can learn from?
I'm not aware of that unless you know anything, Kyle, about funding of other states.
Okay. You want to step in, Cal?
Question, are there states being more successful at funding?
Well, James talked about, because of the delay in federal, payouts and such.
Yeah, I would just point north to Washington. They don't have this issue because of their appropriation processes, but they still get the delay, but they're able to cash flow their agency. So
like two kind of related questions. I mean, your cash is diving precipitously in the most recent report. Do you have a strategy to get through this? Well, I mean, where you've got another, $100 million plus of outflows that you're going to have to cover in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Where's that cash going to come from?
So currently we're triaging our payments at 45 days, or statutory requirement to pay out vendors. And we're working through that with the governor's office and legislative fiscal office on opportunities and possibilities for the next, get us through.
What does that mean? Is that like a loan from Treasury? I don't even know what that means.
We have our e-board money coming in September, $47.4 million. So that will increase our cash. We also will have projections from the fire protection assessment revenue coming in through the assessments of landowners that will be able to draw on from cash on that to pay bills. And then also the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund transfer has not been made to the agency either. And we have one past fire season billing from BLM on Tyee Ridge that we'll be collecting here in the next 30 days, roughly $13 million. And hopefully the revenue coming in from the insurance settlement from 2021 fire season, we're getting close to wrapping that up, and that's roughly $3 million. So we're turning over the cushions, looking for every possible pieces of revenue that we have.
Well, good luck. Thank you for doing that. The other related question was on I noticed, some big numbers on outstanding to invoice in 22 and 23 on the back of the report. When it's listed as outstanding to invoice, is that also listed as AR or does it only become AR once invoiced?
It only comes AR when it
So
becomes.
that is to say, your declining AR numbers, which is a good thing, could be a product of the fact that you just haven't invoiced for costs. That is to say, yeah, we took care of the stuff that was invoiced, but now you have outstanding.
For example, the 2022 fires that you're talking, that's 3 fires from the Southwest Oregon district that we've been working on with the BLM on the cost shares. So then those are getting close to ready to invoice. So as we've moved on and negotiated with the cost shares with the BLM, those have become finalized.
Well, I haven't had my orientation on finance yet with the agency, and it's obvious that I need it. But I look forward to learning more about those mechanics and what the impediments may be to invoicing in the first instance.
Okay.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record, Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations, jump in here and talk about, obviously, we've got a challenge with our funding system. James mentioned that, right, we have $10 million of cash on hand going into a large fire season. We've just burnt more acres as a state than we have since we started keeping numbers, right? And so 1.5 million plus acres. We've got another 6 to 8 large fires burning this week, 2 more teams out the door this weekend. And so long term, James illustrated what we're going to do in the short term to get through this fire season. And I'm confident that working with LFO, CFO, the governor's office and legislative branch, that we're going to be successful getting into December and then into the session, right? And that's when we'll be able to get all of that freed up and get back to having our feet fully on the ground. But what are we doing from a long-term perspective? And you guys would all remember probably from June, we talked about the budget note number 5 that came out of House Bill 5701 last session that directed the Department of Forestry and OSFM to convene a work group to look at opportunities and options for sustainably funding this wildfire both response, readiness, and mitigation efforts that the state needs. We got those efforts underway back in July, and 35 plus work group members. We've been meeting regularly despite the fire season that we've been experiencing. We've kept our nose to the grindstone with some phenomenal support from staff here at the department and at OSFM. And I'm really pleased with the progress that group's making. We came up, we had 75 individual ideas to try and increase revenue or modify the existing fire system. And that's more, I've done this, I think 9 times in my career. I've taken a look at this challenge. And that's by far the most robust response, most engaged effort that I've had so far in all of those experiences. And so, again, really happy with the progress that we've made to date. We've got, in fact, that's where I've been all morning, was working on some planning stuff for another meeting next week. We had meetings last week. We've got a large meeting of the forward group coming up October 15th ahead of your board meeting in Pendleton. So that'll be a really cool opportunity to have that group there. I think there's going to be a significant fire and fire funding flavor for the retreat and the tour. So I'm really looking forward to pulling all that together. And then additional work leading up to progress support to the emergency board during December legislative days. And so that's where the agencies will present some of the specific outcomes from the work that everyone's producing right now. And then move into legislative session and try and put some of those ideas into action. And so just want to get you guys an update, right? James is in the midst of a heck of a bunch of work right now. And I'm working on where do we go next and how do we stay out of this bite of the line in future fire seasons.
We will move on to the next item on our agenda, number 5, the vision for Oregon forests. And Joy is going to join us and lead us through this. This is a decision item.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Joy Krasik, ODF's Public Affairs Director. And I'd like to point out that I am the only thing standing between you and lunch. So let's get to this. So Vision for Oregon's Forests. I feel like everybody's familiar with the background of the 2.5 years we've been working on this so far. Recently, the subcommittee that's been working to build this with, I believe, Brenda, Ben, and Joe, along with some ODF executive team members, met for their final, fingers crossed, time to kind of walk through some recommendations for language updates to incorporate some of the thematic comments. There were a few really specific sentiments that showed up throughout the public comments, and some of them have come up in board and executive team discussions as well. So the final document that's in the board materials was our attempt to get as much of that in as made sense. What folks have probably noticed is there are 2 separate documents in there because one of the outstanding critiques was that there wasn't a clear purpose for this document. It was trying to be multiple things. It was trying to be strategy focused in the weeds while also being super high level visionary. So in the recommendations that are before you, looking to the board to hopefully adopt the vision only version, which will serve as the foundation for everything else going forward, whether it's talking about, what our KPMs should be in subsequent biennia, or what kind of strategies support this vision. And then further down the line, within work plans, what are the measurable objectives without trying to cram it all into one document? We need a solid foundation to build our planning efforts off of. So ideally, that will be just the vision, which is the shared ODF and board mission, vision, and values. Also the 5 priority areas and associated goals. And then that's what's in the vision document. And that one ideally would be revisited probably every 5 to 7 years with these subsequent associated planning processes more frequently, so we can kind of apply that adaptive management lens to that and be able to update strategies and update work plans as needed based on conditions on the ground, social conditions, budgetary constraints, all of those components. Not wanting to lose all the work that's already gone into the strategies, and acknowledging that subsequent more detailed plans will be needed to bring this vision into a reality. The second recommendation I bring forward is that there's discussion of update cycle and next steps for associated planning efforts during our October planning retreat. It kind of fits perfectly in there. So that is the quick overview. So I would be happy to take any questions, concerns on the recommendations or the documents.
Yeah, Ben, it'd be great to have subcommittee members be able to.
I don't have a question for you, Joy. Thank you for that. I just wanted to follow up on your comments and point out a couple things, a couple changes that I think transpired since the board has looked at this last. And they really have more to do with formatting, but I think those are really, really critical. And the way Joy has formatted this up, and it's reframes what we're talking about, I think, in a really useful way of putting sort of a hierarchy in there and laying it out. I feel like the previous draft that went out for public comment was, it ended up being kind of clunky in the way it presented itself. And so I know that sounds like a little thing, but to me, that felt like a really big and important change. And just want to say, we as a subcommittee worked hard to try to capture those comments. I think there was a lot of very useful and relevant comments that came in, and updated this draft accordingly. And I feel pretty strongly that the vision that we've put out here is really good and is a result of a lot of work in a lot of different areas. And I hope that this can serve as a tool going forward to really set context for the departments and for stakeholders and the legislature and a very large group of folks. So, thank you.
Brenda.
Thanks, Joy. I'm Brenda McComb for the record. I just want to acknowledge Joy for all the work that she's done to take all of our ideas and put them into some wonderfully cohesive documents. So thank you for that, Joy, but also to the other ODF staff members who were engaged in this process, taking time out of their busy lives to work with us collaboratively. And I will say that I think that the document is good. And Joe and I have talked about this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Joe, but there are parts of this I really, really like, and parts of this I would have liked to change. But overall, I think it's a pretty good, very high level document that we can ask, if we take action X, is it going to align with this 50,000 foot view of forestry in Oregon? Or if we're working with another agency on an issue, is it going to align with this overall document? And to me, that's the value here. How the work gets done is another level in the hierarchy. Drop down to more specifics. But it should overall align with this North Star flashlight that we have in this process.
Bob.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for all the work that they've done on this. I just want to start with a question for Joy. Joy, what were you saying were the recommendations today? I mean, what I've got in the board materials is a short-term work group with board representation to determine whether it's necessary to establish overarching observable and measurable outcomes, et cetera. So maybe there's an update to that, but I guess I'm just asking you to repeat your recommendations.
Absolutely. And actually that sounds like my staff report from June. But for this one, first recommendation is that the board adopt the vision-only version of the vision for Oregon's forests as the vision and strategic direction for the board and department. The second recommendation is recommending the board incorporate discussion of the update cycle for the vision and any next steps for strategies, measurable objectives, work plans, or other related planning needs into the agenda for the October board planning retreat.
Thank you.
Joe, just for record, I'm gonna pile on with Brenda and Ben. I think we have a good document here. I would urge my fellow board members to support this vision document. I think it's an example of board work, negotiation, of working through something and good work. It took a long time. When you said it was 2 years ago, I was like, oh golly, I guess it has been that long. But there's been lots of iterations and lots of hard work by the board, by the subcommittee to get us here. And I would just encourage my fellow board members to support this. And I think having another look at the strategies coming back, I think is needed. I think that will be. I think we have definitely some starting points. I mean, there's been a lot of hard work to go into the strategy, and I don't think we'll lose that, of course. And I think it will bring a lot of thoughtful conversation amongst the board and how we proceed. So I would just encourage my fellow board members to support this document.
So I think I understand your recommendation, and I am supportive of the recommendation. I also want to say I'm thankful to the subcommittee members, committee members, whatever we call them, for their work on this. Vision drafting is like my least favorite work in business. But I did want to make sure, you know, on the strategies for Oregon forests, you know, I'm not on that committee, and there were some meaningful changes between the May draft that was in the last board book and this draft, and I am definitely not on board with all of those. In particular, there's kind of this instruction to adopt new, revise existing OARs regarding some forest practices, and that to me is inappropriately and maybe even illegally shortcutting the process under 714 and the requirement for a degradation finding. So I hope as we engage that conversation going forward, which I suspect will be maybe even more challenging, that we can you know, bear those concerns in mind. Otherwise, though, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion when required.
Bob.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Bob VanDyk for the record. I too am prepared to support the vision document, and I like that we've taken the strategies out for some more discussion and to help discuss next steps, lead us on next steps. I guess I am curious to see how it actually works in practice, because it's both high level on some things and detailed on others. So that we'll just see going forward. I was curious though, at the last meeting, we submitted the bigger document to fulfill the governor's request for a strategic plan. And so I guess the vision doesn't feel to me like a strategic plan. And I liked the governor's direction on that, which was, you know, a 5-year specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. And related that to me, I know many of the work plans have expired for the different parts of the agency, including the board. So for me going forward, it would be helpful, and I'm not interested in a big process, but maybe taking some things from the vision and taking some strategies and under the state forest leadership about what you know we have to do already and we're going to get done, to have a look at what's coming up the next couple of years. It feels to me like it's a good chance to communicate to the governor's office, here's where we're going in the 5 years ahead. So having revisited that governor's instructions, I'm less satisfied with the document that we submitted in June and would like to see, maybe it's in October, but at some point that more specific discussion informed by things like work plans. Thank you.
You know, thinking about all these different things that we've been talking about to talk about at the retreat, I've directed staff that we will have a week-long retreat. Just kidding. Just want to note here that you know, there's a piece of this that's really historic, which is one that this is something done by both the department leadership as well as the board, and it's a shared document. It's never been done before. I think that's really wonderful. And two is, you know, where we started with, we wanted to have at least one document that could just really be useful for the people in the department, that's just really clear around these values, issues, and a vision that is, you know, digestible. And I think that's been accomplished in a big way when you compare it with the forestry program for Oregon. So any other comments before think you wanted to make a motion?
I realized after I said that we don't have your current version, but I think if I understood it correctly, I would move that the board adopt the vision for Oregon's forests as described in pages 1 through 10 of agenda item 5, and that the board instruct the staff to bring a discussion of strategies, objectives, and work plans to the October board retreat for further development.
Yes.
Liz?
I'll second.
Okay, I'm not sure I can repeat that. So do you want to try a second time?
I would say I moved that the board adopt for the vision for Oregon's forests as shown in pages 1 through 10 of agenda item 5 in our board packet, and that the board instructs staff to bring the objectives and goals and targets back for the October board retreat for further development.
Okay, that legal
And
training,
strategies.
that legal training helps. All right, with that, we have a motion and we have a second, and so I'll do a roll call here. Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Heath Curtis,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb, Bob VanDyk,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. So the motion has passed. And we have caught up and then some in our schedule. Brenda?
Yeah, since we do have maybe a minute or two, just a quick comment. I think Heath's suggestion is a good one, that we, and Bob's, that we focus in more on the strategies. But as Ben pointed out, there are levels in the hierarchy here. There's some broad level strategies that we probably could agree on. The detailed level strategies, since we don't have a crystal ball about what's going to happen in the next year, 2, 3, 4, I think are going to be more problematic. So I think if we embark on that discussion, we need to have sideboards on what that discussion is going to be, and how we can be productive in terms of developing some strategies, and how we can avoid getting pulled down, I think Joe's term, pulled down the rabbit hole, right?
I agree. I actually do genuinely agree. You know, for me, it's kind of hard, like these exercises when, you know, we're running a business and we're trying to gauge, you know, what the impacts of the board's work are going to be on our business. Yeah, when we're drafting in really high level terms, well, it's kind of like periscoping around the corner going, oh, what's Brenda really after, you know, in this language. And it becomes kind of like this, you know, kind of cynical process that can be maybe more perilous than we intend. And I do think that, to Bob's comment, that there is work we know the board needs to do. It is affirmatively on the table and it will take years to complete. I think at the very least, we need a recitation of that work. That is to say, we need to kind of understand that and then build around the things we know we have to do, you know, the rest of, you know, kind of this forward moving vision. I do worry that if we spend too much time kind of peering around the corner and lawyering words, that we're going to create a great deal of angst on this board for not a lot of benefit.
If I could just respond, Heath, I agree. But I think that it's not just the board that has to have this discussion. It's the board and the staff from the agency collaboratively, because that's the way we've approached this all along. And I think we need to carry that through to its end.
Amen.
Oh,
yeah, related to that, I agree with both of you. And so I think that's why it'd be helpful for me, Cal, to see from the staff, here's like what's on our plate the next couple of years. Here's what we know is going to be in the work plan, or here are things that recur regularly, like the budget cycle or the legislature or the fire season, and when those things happen. And then that will help me get a sense of how much space the staff have for actually the board to say, here's a new thing, or how many new things, or here's what we could add on to this. Or maybe the staff doesn't have the capacity, and then the board needs to talk about finding those resources, or going to the legislature, or thinking how to achieve whatever those goals are. So I agree very much with the heads of the divisions, I think, are going to be able to tell us what's on their work plates already. Thank you.
okay. I think Ben had a comment and then Liz.
Yeah, Ben Doimling for the record. First of all, this is cause for celebration. I've worked really hard on this, and I know a lot of other people have as well. And, you know, Robin Harkless isn't in the room today, but she was instrumental in getting this through as well. And so this is something I feel really proud of. And I think a lot of people should feel really proud of this. And Jim, like you said, this is historic, that the board and the department jointly, this is their joint vision. And just a sort of a final note on that, and it's been alluded to a little bit, but I think, Cal, this falls back to you of sort of not what next with the strategies, but what next with the vision. And how is this going to be used? We don't want this to be on a shelf. There's a lot of ways this could be disseminated. It could be turned into a little card that people can keep in their pockets. It can be turned into a laminated one pager that sits on the wall in an office. It could be turned into lots of things that distribute this to everybody. And I don't want to be prescriptive about that, but I am eager to see this used. The vision. I'm excited for the conversation about strategies, but I'm eager for the vision that we just approved to be distributed widely and shared and engaged with.
So,
oh,
sorry, Liz. Ben, it seems like we were reading your mind. It's a project that the public affairs team has already been dipping our toes into, of really how do we get this out to the agency and get them to embrace it, that it becomes that touch point when they're out making decisions on the ground, making sure they anchor back into, what is our mission, vision, and values.
So I agree with you, Ben, and I agree with everyone that has said. And I reflect back on meetings where we've had district presence. And I think that as we go forward and whatever kind of discussion that we have strategically, it would be great to have them around the table, because it's not just sending it out to them, having them be part of it in whatever way y'all think is appropriate. Because I did value having them at meetings where they participated.
Okay, I think we need to end this with just a big thank you to the subcommittee members, both those on the board and those on ODF staff. I knew years ago that we needed to do this, but honestly, I dreaded the thought of starting it, but we had to, and I can't thank you all enough for doing the lion's share of work on this. It's appreciated, certainly by me. And with that, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Tim, would you be able to start at like 10 to 1? No problem. Okay, in that case, let's reconvene at 10 to 1, and that does give us an hour, so we've got a full lunch break. Hello, everybody. We are back in session. We got everybody who needs to be here. I think we do. I see Tim there. And our next item is the wildfire hazard map rulemaking. And Tim, welcome. Give it over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Hulshbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning in the Protection Division here at the Department of Forestry. As Chair Kelly mentioned, we're here to come to the final phases of the rulemaking efforts for the wildfire hazard map and reporting back on the comments that were received on the draft rules that were proposed to the board and put out for public comment in June, and ask for a recommendation from the board on acceptance of those proposed rules.
Okay, I think we all understand that there'll be no public testimony since the comment period has ended. So I can just open this up to board discussion.
Chair Kelly, start. Tim, one question I guess I raised this in the pre-board is about the appeals process, the 60-day appeals process. Is that standard for a rule of this nature? It seems rather short for me, just my initial, kind of reaction to it. I'm just curious is that standard? Is that how they come up with that?
So in general, for a contested case, the standard is 30 days. And for many of the contested case rules, you'll see in the 629001 packet, the procedural rules, there's contested case provisions for the Forest Practices Act. And some of those are as short as 10, 15, 20 days for notification of that. So this is longer in duration, and it's in that to have it at a 60-day period. And that's for acceptance of that, to get in the door, to express that you wish to appeal, not to have the appeal processed and finished in the 60 days.
Right, but you have to be aware of the map and of your property going into that classification, right?
Correct. And everyone who is within the high hazard zones that are identified and also within the wildland urban interface will be receiving a packet of information with that. It'll be a lot different. That it won't just be a one-page letter that you could unintentionally throw away. It'll be a substantial packet of forms across all of the participating agencies, insurance information, appeals process, that type of stuff.
Okay.
So it should catch more when it's received.
Okay, thank you.
Does the map come in that packet? Like the way I was reading the rule, it said that posting of the hazard map on the Oregon Explorer Map Viewer website shall serve as the agency's notice of proposed agency action.
For the folks that are not in high hazard and not in the wildland urban interface, so the folks that don't face any of the regulatory constraints or requirements, those folks, that will serve as that, and it's when they're expressed there. So there's a little bit of a variable window for those individuals because of the notification process. There's 1.8 million tax lots, so sending a certified letter to 1.8 million people is a challenge fiscally for the process. So we're working through with some advisement from the Department of Justice of how to serve both the folks who fall into that potentially regulated class, as well as the folks who may receive the information, and if they wish to appeal the other direction, which is not as common from our comments that we're receiving, but it's they still have that and a little more flexibility in when that notice is received by them.
But if you're subject to the prescriptions of the rule, that is a regulatory restraint, you're gonna know.
You will know.
You're gonna get that in the paper notice. It's not just gonna be posted.
Yeah, correct. You will get a packet in the mail that says that you may be subject to future provisions. You've been identified as wildland urban interface and in high. Here are your rights for a contest or to appeal contested case. That'll all be sent to the individuals, and it'll be sent to the address at the assessor's office. So whatever mailing address is tied to that property for their property tax bill, that's the address that we're going to be using to send to the property owner.
So Tim, will that notification, I mean, this common misperception that we run into always is, I fire hardened my place and I'm watering my lawn and all of that. And of course, the map is intentionally blind to what a particular homeowner is doing. That may change. Is that notification going to try to drive that point home so that we don't have so much misunderstanding on that?
What's different this time than it was in 2022, when the first notifications went out, is there'll be the draft building codes and the draft defensible space code is available. And the information on where folks can go and get that information to see what those actual requirements are and how many of them are already, the comments we've received on the map and through the rules have been that I've already done my work. And that's what they're going to see in that information.
Yeah. But my point being that misunderstanding about why the map should include my property because of what I do. And that
we will include a lines of the criteria that is an environmental hazard map.
Bob?
Thank you. For the record, Bob VanDyk. Thanks, Tim, and thanks for the chance to visit with you before the meeting. There's a lot of concern I've heard, or I know it's out there, and we talked about it at the last meeting on the 1026 1 sub E about adjustments to agriculture. So I guess I want to note that for the record that's out there. You know about it too. I guess I'm not sure I'm ready to make a motion or at that point yet, but I'd like the board to, be on record as identifying that area of a concern and actually asking for you to come back, maybe in 2 years or whatever cycle seems relevant to report more on the implementation of that. I guess I'd lastly like to say too that, the rule itself doesn't actually speak to whether irrigation makes it more or less of a fire risk. My understanding is that in being implemented, there'll be if there's 1 year or more, then that's a factor that's weighed in terms of reducing risk. But, it may be we go forward and we find out that if you only do 1 year in 5, that actually increased risk. So I guess I just want to note that as I read the statute here, it doesn't require certain adjustment be made in one direction or the other. So I guess I have a question, which is that correct? Like the rule does not require one way or the other in terms of an adjustment. It just says that you should have an adjustment.
Yeah, the rule directs OSU to make a consideration for it, but it doesn't have a directional requirement or a magnitude requirement.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, it is within our authority to make an adjustment on that, one piece in there, whether it's 1 in 5 years or 3 in 5 years or whatever. I brought this up before and, my position was that the 1 in 5 years was indefensible. And so I would, we'll entertain any motion that anybody wants to make. I would be a no vote on that if it was exactly as it's written. Go ahead, Brenda.
Just to follow up on that, after our last meeting where we discussed this, my own view is that it doesn't pass the laugh test. And the way Bob and you just discussed it, it doesn't make any sense. There has to be directionality to this adjustment or it's meaningless. So, and my confusion, I admit I'm totally confused about what's intended here. So I reached out to a couple of fire scientists who are tenured faculty at OSU and said, what do you make of this? And the two people I interacted with both said, this doesn't make any sense. So I'm really confused. Yeah. I think if we do make an adjustment, there has to be some statement that, if it is 1 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5, whatever it is, that there is the assumption that there's reduced fire risk. But we don't know that. And the experts are saying that doesn't make any sense. So do we even need this?
We don't have probably all the information that we would like to have, with what we've been presented. But I think you can kind of put your common sense hat on. The reality is for farmers, most irrigated fields are irrigated each and every year. And there are situations where they're not. Sometimes the field, it goes through a rotation. If you're trying to get rid of alfalfa, it's great to take a year out, so that happens. But no, if somebody's, in this case, with 1 in 5 years, somebody can throw a little water for a month, 1 in 5 years, and keep themselves, and have really be in a high hazard area, and their property would be high hazard. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't think we need a ton of scientific proof on that. I don't, I guess I'll say that. Go ahead, Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. Just following on this line of thinking with irrigated agriculture, I mean, I would agree with you both. I mean, I look at some of the fields around my place and they're irrigated for hay and it's cut probably in June, maybe July. And then the irrigation turned off. And by September, it's just as dry as everywhere else. So I'm not, just anecdotally, just from passing my own, let alone what I've heard from folks who study this, it doesn't pass muster to me. I'd like to change the subject a little bit. And Tim, I have a question for you about insurance. So one of the big challenges with this process has been landowner fears about insurance, and insurance rates are going up, and the connection between this map and a property owner's insurance rates. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Actually, we have the insurance commissioner with us today, so I would invite Andrew Stolfi or Commissioner Stolfi up to here to speak to that one a little more intelligently than I can.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for coming.
Excuse me, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Andrew Stolfi. I'm the Oregon Insurance Commissioner and the Director of the state's Department of Consumer and Business Services. Glad to be with you today. So your question, I understand, is concern over the connection of the state map to insurance decisions that are being made across the state. And it's something we've been very involved in since the first draft map was released. There was a lot of concern raised at the time that what the state is doing here would have direct connection to decisions that insurance companies are taking. I can tell you as much as I can assure you about anything that did not happen when the draft map was released. There were misunderstandings and misinformation that was shared. And we've done a lot since then to make sure that won't happen. One of the clearest things is we introduced a bill last year, Senate Bill 82, that expressly prohibits insurance companies from using any map that the state develops for insurance decisions that are being made. And again, if you want, even go a little deeper and explain the difference between how the state map is put together and the characteristics that it looks at versus how insurance companies come up with their decisions, if that would be.
I think it might be good to go a little deeper for the record.
Great. So, insurance is a risk transfer mechanism, right, at its core. And insurance companies make their decisions whether to offer a renewal policy and how much to charge based on two main factors. The first is the likelihood of someone filing a claim. And the second main factor is how much will that claim cost? So will you file a claim and how much will it cost? And they use a lot of factors in making those determinations. If we take a step back, right? The state map only has 4 factors: weather, climate, topography, vegetation. Some of the factors, and insurance companies would certainly look at those or similar characteristics in making their decisions, but that might be only one part of what they look at. So some other characteristics which insurance companies care very, very much about, the age of the home age of the roof, the type of the roof, how far is that property from a fire station? What are the cost of the materials to rebuild? What's the square footage of the home? What coverage limit do you have on your structure? What coverage limit do you have on the contents of the property within that structure? What's your deductible, which is what you have to pay before they start paying? What type of home do you have? Is it brick, steel, wood, and temporary living expenses? So if you're displaced because of a wildfire, for example, policies will pay for rent or a hotel, food, clothing, etc. None of those factors are what is in the state map. And those are not even all of the factors that we looked at. One board member, you mentioned a moment ago that the state map is blind to the work that a property owner even does on their property. Insurance companies are not blind to the work that a property owner does. They're constantly evaluating that and looking at the state of the property, what defensible space may or may not be there, and factoring that into their decision making. So it's, a lot of very significant differences between a very good educational and regulatory map that the state's developed and the maps and tools and analysis that insurance companies do.
Thank you. Liz?
Thanks for coming, Andrew. I live in Southwest Oregon, a couple exits from the Northern California border. So there's just a lot of talk and such coming over that border about people losing their insurance, people trying to maintain their insurance and having to put a ton of money back into their structures and their property to get insurance. What is the difference? And thank you for explaining that, because I think that helps to do that. What is the difference that you see between what is happening in Oregon and what is happening in Northern California?
That's a great question. There's a lot of differences between our two states in many, many areas. In the insurance realm, probably the two biggest kind of buckets of differences I could point out, one would be, I mentioned how insurance companies make decisions, right? It's based on experience, so claims experience. So there's big difference in the losses and claims between our states, and then there's some regulatory differences as well. And I could just talk a little bit more about both. On the claims and losses example, and there's a great chart up here. I look at that all the time. The equivalent, that's the amount of losses, and that big line, that's wildfire losses alone per decade. California's graph starts 10 years earlier. So in the 2010s, that's when they have their big spike. And we're at $3 billion in losses around. In the 2020s, they're at 30, 40, 50 billion. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but and even just some current numbers to illustrate that, right? So we've burned more acres this year than California. They're at, I think, 840,000 acres burned. We've so far, I think as of this morning, there's been 40 residences destroyed and about 115 minor structures. And that's pretty average for Oregon, both in that there's a small number of homes that are destroyed and more minor structures, outbuildings. California, as of last week, less acres burned, almost more than 1,100 homes destroyed. So there's just significant difference. It's a much more populous state, of course, but differences in where homes are built between the two states makes a huge difference. So when you have that fire in the WUI in California, you're much more likely to lose homes. So that creates the cost. And second thing we mentioned real quick, just regulatory differences. We have a very competitive insurance market here. There's more than 100 companies that someone can go to and shop to get insurance. We have absolutely seen changes in pricing and the amount of risk that companies might want to take on in high-risk areas, but we have not seen companies leaving our market. California has seen companies not only stop writing new business, but just stop even renewing business, like multiple large companies, similar to Texas and Florida and Louisiana, where they've had huge losses suffered. And there's some regulatory differences about things we allow and California doesn't allow, how insurers do business, which are good things because that gives those insurers flexibility so they can stay in our market. And having a competitive market with lots of choices is really one of our key goals.
Thank you. That was really enlightening.
I just, want to comment. I had genuinely hoped in coming on the board that you all would have this sorted out before I had to be involved in it. Severely let me down. The one question I have for you is like, it talks about like irrigated agriculture. Like what about orchards, right? Like filbert orchards don't burn up. Are they irrigated agriculture? How are those accounted for?
Yeah, made sure I had all my agency partners, and I have a great agency partner slide in this presentation too, but I'm gonna ask Andy McAvoy to help me with that question about how irrigation, particularly in orchards, is integrated into the proposal.
Sure. So the question was, are orchards accounted for? Is that? Sure. All types of agriculture that are mapped within the Oregon Water Resources Department's agricultural field boundaries data are accounted for as agriculture. So we intersect that state data set developed by the Water Resources Department with this data set ear mapper that I've referenced, which identifies what parts of Oregon have been irrigated in any given year.
Yeah, but what about, like, imagine a cherry orchard. Are there circumstances under which a cherry orchard could be designated high hazard or a pear orchard?
That's a great question for farming practitioners. My understanding is that orchards are almost always irrigated year round, and so and then having looked at the data, they do tend to show up as irrigated at least 3, 4, 5 years out of the 5-year window that we looked at. If they don't show up for some reason or other, it is possible that they would. It's also possible for a property to have an orchard on part of it, but that property is large and a large portion of it is not irrigated, is not agriculturally cultivated in any way. And so those two are both accounted for. We only make a change to the hazard where that irrigation is occurring. So on a large property, that could be counterbalanced by significant hazard on the remainder of the property. So being classified as an irrigated agricultural field does not necessarily mean that the property will then be designated as moderate or low. It is still possible.
Yeah, I'm confused about all that. I mean, like, I have a lot of orchards are not irrigated, and very productive ones, and that they would be very unlikely they would ever burn. What was weird to me about this Oregon State paper, this is your paper.
Correct.
Oh yeah, so like, it was weird to me. It basically said, we don't have a lot of data about whether or not irrigation makes it more prone to burning. It said, we do have data on whether they've irrigated it. And we can give you answers to that and you can account for it how you want. I like as between 1 and 5 and 5 and 5 for a requirement. I don't feel like we have very good scientific data to stand on about its propensity to burn. And it seems likely to me it would depend on what the irrigated crop is. Is that true?
Well, so yeah, let me try and clarify here. We don't have a lot of data. There's very little scientific research from around the world really that quantifies how irrigated crops affect fire behavior. And when we talk about hazard, it comes down to 2 things. How likely is it to burn probability, and when it burns, how intense is that fire? That's that fire behavior. And we don't, there's just no research across the globe that really sort of helps us quantify in any sophisticated way. The same way we have, for instance, for fuel treatments and that sort of thing. We've got sophisticated data and research that shows us how those fuel treatments affect burn probability and fire intensity. Right. So when I write that there's little scientific evidence to direct us there, that's what I mean is we can't quantify. But when we look back at 30 plus years of fire records, observationally, we see that oftentimes, more often than not, when fires encounter irrigated fields,
yes,
fire spread slows and stops.
Everybody agrees with that. The question is, what is an irrigated field? And so, from my perspective, this rule as drafted, even with the 1 and 5, is tackling substantially all of the issue. The question is how critical is it that we get those acres there between 1 and 5 and 5 and 5 included in this rule? And to me, I feel like we're biting off the majority of the benefit with 1 and 5, and that it begs some science. Like, this is an excellent question for adaptive management to actually start looking at. If it is only 1 and 5, is it substantially more likely to burn than 5 and 5? And your paper does not answer that question.
No, thank you. And I'd love to clarify, actually. It does not answer that. We can't answer that question. I agree with you. It's a great source of future research. So what this threshold, this question around an annual frequency threshold is not, the purpose is not to determine which fields are more or less likely to burn, but rather acknowledging all the uncertainty that you're pointing out. We don't know exactly how, exactly how often this irrigation is applied and where and how it'll affect fire hazard. So how confident do we want to be that if we are going to reduce hazard, account for that irrigation, that hazard reduction is actually going to be present? That is what the data allows us to say, is how confident are we that we can actually be certain that's going to be there?
And I just have a hard time quantifying the hazard, but for me, at least, 1 and 5 gets us there long enough to research the propensity to burn between 5 and 5 and 1 and 5. And that, that is not getting after agricultural fields, is not what this rule was designed to do. The idea was to try and take care of where we've got structures and homes and forests that are likely to burn, that they be hardened. And this rule is doing that in a really good job. I find it unnecessary that we take some deep dive on how likely, farm fields that are raised for grass, hay, and irrigated once in 5 years are likely to burn.
Well, then, Brenda?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. So again, the idea behind setting any kind of annual frequency threshold is to determine our confidence that if we make an adjustment to the hazard, that hazard mitigation is actually going to be present. So how confident do we want to be? 1 out of 5 is the sort of lowest confidence interval. 5 out of 5 would be the highest confidence interval. So that's the framework here. And we can compare that to the previous version of this map where we made no specific adjustments for irrigated agriculture.
Those are number of parcels, not number of acres on the far right.
That's correct. And so when we get to columns D and E, which are probably the best place to focus, column E is kind of where we tend to focus most of our attention, which is to say, based on the confidence threshold that we set, how many parcels will be in the high hazard and WUI category. That's the category that will be subject to those defensible space and fire hardening structure codes. And so the more stringent the threshold, so as we move from 1 to 2 to 3 to 5, that number increases, right? They're increasing numbers of properties that meet that criteria. So that's relevant to think about how many people will be affected right off the bat when the map is finalized. But in addition to thinking in the near term, we also want to think long term, right? When we make an adjustment to irrigated agriculture across the state, some of those places, invariably most of them, are not inside the wildland urban interface. So in column D, we also want to quantify how many acres will drop out of high hazard as a result of each of these different scenarios. Because theoretically, and in some sense, that would allow those folks to then build on that property, which would have otherwise been high hazard before making the adjustment, and they will be able to do so without any sort of fire hardening or structure codes, sort of enhanced codes applied. And so that's why column D is relevant there. We want to think near term in column E, how many people are going to be affected right off the bat? And then thinking longer term in column D, how many places might be able to develop without sort of fire hardening codes that otherwise would have been required.
Just to follow up, if this board were to pick 3 of 5 instead of 1 of 5, is 1,000 parcels out of 100,000?
Approximately, correct.
500,000 acres.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for the explanation, but I'm still confused. If there's no scientific data, but yet 2 of the fire scientists that I spoke with have concerns about even including irrigated lands as a factor, why do we have irrigated lands as a factor? I mean, shouldn't we be following either scientific data, which we apparently don't have, or the expert opinion of scientists who do research and outreach in this area, basically daily. So I'm in a conundrum here.
Right.
I truly want to support the work that my colleagues at OSU have done. But I cannot support this aspect of it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Help me, Brenda, real quick though. Like, isn't it intuitive that a irrigated potato field is not going to burn?
When? And so I asked that very question to two people, and one of whom does a lot of outreach in Central and Eastern Oregon in forests as well as in ag lands. And the timing and the context are what are needed to answer that question, in his opinion. And we don't have either of those things as a function of this map.
And that,
Well, this is making me, go back to the farmer part of me. And as Ben said, for those who do one or even really two cuttings of hay, very often that field will be dry at the time we really care about, like now. And same thing with a whole lot of row crops, including potatoes. A lot of times, things have dry stubble of some form, particularly this time of year. So that my big problem, Heath, with 1 year is I feel like that's asking for abuse. That is literally somebody can put water on in June, 1 year, and keep their property, out of the classification. And that seems wrong. Logically, yeah, I don't think I can work with the 3-year compromise. For me, it would be a decision between doing that and not having, an exclusion for irrigated fields at all. But I would be willing to work with that compromise, but I'm not okay with 1 and 5. It's just too open to abuse.
I've got one more. I mean, like, do we have reason to believe that there is more structure damage in lands with 1 and 5 versus 5 and 5 years? That is to say, what we're really getting after here is we're trying not to save farm fields per se, we're trying to save structures. And for me, it's like, again, the big bulk of the work that we're doing with this rule is, homes and ponderosa stands, right? And this idea that you're in a grass field that's been irrigated 1 out of 5, it's probably not perfect. It may actually be vulnerable to burning through that grass. But before I tell those guys they've got to go suffer the cost of hardening their homes, I'd like at least to have some data that indicate that they've actually burned up under those circumstances, or that they have a propensity to burning up under those circumstances. Like I just haven't seen any data to support the idea that we need to make those people in otherwise occasionally irrigated agricultural lands suffer the cost of hardening their homes.
My comment is fair enough, but we're not going to have good data here. And maybe we will sometime in the future. And so if Oregon State is able to provide us good data 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, I think it might be really appropriate for us to revisit this issue at that time when we have real data. Meanwhile, I think we're mostly going to have to rely on what we have and some common sense. Liz, did you have a comment?
I did. So first of all, I know nothing about irrigated agriculture, but I just have this sense about something that you all said, Jim, about irrigation usually does happen. And I typically, and then I just have this image of, manage orchards, in cropland. And my image is looking at that larger picture and putting that against a WUI complex of homes and dog-haired stands. So when I look at that with my very minimal knowledge, I just have to say that this is a little bit better than what the millions of acres that we're facing in dog hair stands and WUI and such. So that's just me thinking out loud.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, just for the record, I guess I'm comfortable with 1 and 5. I think it gets back to the intent of what this rule is and what, what Heath is trying to really say. This is about forest land. This is about protecting, hardening homes and forest land and making sure that this isn't really about agricultural property. And I guess, Jim, to your question about are people going to somehow play this system in a 1 and 5, I've kind of a hard time swallowing that. I mean, irrigation is very expensive. People don't have water. I mean, you have to have water, you have to have certain things that in order to do that. And I guess I suppose in time, if we saw that happening, then we could pivot this rule. But I just have a hard time believing that that would be I do, because that's not a simple thing to irrigate. It's just not a simple thing to do that.
I could cheat so easily because I've got water that is gravity fed on my ranch. So
Unless you're using 1 in 5 years.
yeah, but I could do that easily. I think I need to remind us all, we're really talking around the margins here. If we're willing to put in irrigation at all, again, most people who are out there farming are irrigating every year. And so we are talking about very small numbers here of people who might be playing a game or where their place would really be a threat to burn. And so I know we're getting all tied up on it, but it's not making a lot of sense that we are where we are. Go ahead, Bob.
I've got a question about how much this means. If I understand it correctly, so to take the case where somebody is trying to, quote unquote, play the system or something by only irrigating once in 5 years, that may not be determinative. There may be a variety of other factors that still put them in the high risk zone. So this is just one of a multi-factor analysis. So someone might do the irrigation, but it doesn't make any difference because the magnitude of the change that happens from the 1 year of irrigation actually has no effect on the categorization. Is that correct?
It's mostly correct. The scientist in me feels the need to say it's not that it has no effect. It does get accounted for in the hazard calculation, but it might be counterbalanced by other factors that are present at that property or the surrounding area.
Yep. So it may not be sufficient to change the categorization.
That is correct. The adjustment is made only at the location that is identified as irrigated. It does not apply to the property in total. That's correct.
Yeah, but to make sure, I bet it doesn't work that way. There's no way they're doing bespoke assessments of every property. You're going to overlay this irrigated layer that you've got, the IRR or whatever it's called.
Your mapper.
You're going to overlay that and you're going to say, if IRR mapper has it irrigated once in the last 5 years, we're going to exclude it, right?
No, that's not quite correct.
But what would you do?
So ear mapper is mapped at a 30-meter resolution. And just the way we do with the rest of our hazard mapping, we do all of that without any regard for tax lot boundaries, administrative boundaries, et cetera. It's all done in sort of a biophysical landscape first. So we apply those changes, those adjustments to the hazard components for any pixel, 30 meter by 30 meter, it's been identified as meeting that irrigation threshold. And then we look at the hazard across the entire property. So now we have, anywhere from 1 to tens of thousands of pixel level hazard values that do include that adjustment for irrigation where it's occurred. And then we summarize that within each property. So it is very possible, and it happens all across the state, where you have a property, a portion of which maybe along the river or something like that is irrigated, shows up as irrigated, we make that adjustment. But the back 90% of that property is up in the hills with no treatment.
But that's silly. If my parcel has 50% of it is high hazard or 60% of it's high hazard, but I'm entirely surrounded by irrigated crops, I'm going to have to harden my home. That's nuts. If that's how this works, I'm going to vote against this rule.
Well, I don't think it's nuts in light of ember showers, which are the driving cause of structure loss. And irrigation won't save that. So I'm sorry, I do want to step back really quick, and I feel obliged to say that the thrust of this legislation and this map is not focused on forest lands. This is an all lands map. Right now, in particular this year, Oregon is facing the most fire we've had in non-forested ecosystems and landscape types than ever before. So this is an all lands map. It does address not only fire hazard in forested ecosystems, but grassland, shrublands, and to the best that we can also in the built environment. So I just feel obliged to say that.
Brenda, go ahead.
Just a question. So say you have a field, alfalfa or other grass field, then it hasn't been irrigated for 4 years. But yet it's up against, as you just pointed out, up against sagebrush or up against a ponderosa pine or some other woody vegetation. And lightning strikes that field. What's the likelihood that it will start a fire that could spread into that adjacent woodland?
I can't speak to the likelihood with any specificity. I can say it's possible. I'd say it depends on when that field was irrigated last, what kind of vegetation is present, what weather conditions precede that.
Yeah, dry grass 4 years ago.
If it's as dry as the surrounding vegetation, then there's a good chance that it will ignite. And again, this threshold has nothing to do with which properties are, which locations have lower hazard, right? Because of the number of years they've irrigated. This is just about how confident we are that irrigation is going to be present in any given year.
It's that link to the fire risk, though, that I think is the piece that's missing here, and that's why I'm continue to be confused that it's even included.
And just to follow up on this conversation, Heath, I hear your concerns around this, and for me, I share concerns, I think, but from a different perspective. And I think the counterfactual to your question of we don't know that this burns, we also don't know that it doesn't. And we're in a position where we don't have enough information. And if it's time, I'd be prepared to make a motion, Chair, unless there's more.
Yeah, we often don't have enough information. So nothing's new there. I think it would be appropriate. I have a sense that we're not going to have a united board here. Go ahead and make a motion.
Great. Well, I move that we adopt the map adopt the rule, as written, with the removal of 629-045-1026-1E.
Second.
And that's with the removal of?
That is the clause regarding irrigated lands.
We're taking irrigated lands completely out of it.
Yes.
Is there a second? Or Brenda, you were a second. All right. In that case.
Mr. Chair, can we have some discussion before we vote?
You betcha.
Okay. So you're basically discounting by, just to be clear, you're discounting irrigated land completely. So this board in that action by removing that is saying irrigated land doesn't affect fire frequency or the likelihood of fire and shouldn't be considered, just to be clear.
To be clear, we are discounting that as a factor because from my understanding, we don't have the information to know whether we can or cannot discount that.
So even though Oregon State has said we have 30 years of spatial data to support that, and we talk about, our experiences and kind of common sense, and so we're going to impact. I just want to be clear what you're saying. I mean, you are basically dismissing the fact that irrigation has any impact.
I guess I would characterize that differently. I think irrigation would have a huge impact on the burn potential of a piece of land. But what this does is it doesn't have timing. There's no timing component in there. So we've come up with lots of examples of when is it irrigated, when is it not irrigated. And without that, this doesn't say with any certainty that a piece of land has a lower risk of burning because we don't know when it was irrigated. So I'm not saying that irrigated land isn't less flammable. That is absolutely the case, but we don't know when that land was irrigated.
So if we move forward with that motion, how many more acres would be impacted by high hazard?
You know, I mean, we have a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
that, I mean, the scale of this decision, Ben, I mean, this is, I mean, that's significant.
Yeah, understood, but we do have a motion and a second, and I suggest we might as well vote.
Well, I think Robert's rules would require, you know, calling the question. There's a little bit more discussion.
Okay, go ahead. If there is more,
I would just offer that, you know, Ben, I think that approach is very precautious in terms of, you know, concern that people's homes might burn. I think that there is a great deal of built-in incentive for those people to look out for their own homes. And I also would like to observe some precaution about those people's resources, about their ability to spend money to harden their homes. And I feel that this proposal is very lopsided in its precaution. I have to also say, though, that now that I understand how the mapping works, that I wouldn't even I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the mapping exercise in its entirety, but I do feel that the precaution there is not balanced.
I mean, you know, also like to comment, I said, you know, I understand the logic of this proposal. But I also said that I would support a 3 year standard on the irrigation. And even though I understand the logic of the proposal, I'm not going to support it. So, you know, if we can take any other comments there, but I hope we can get to a place where we can get something that passes here today.
I hope so too. I just wanted to clarify that the board, I don't think I ever got clarification. I asked about this in advance of the board's discretion relative to the APA in terms of amending rules. I know this isn't a 714 rule, so it won't trigger those processes, but for APA, is there no problem with us amending the rule at this point?
Yeah, I talked to Cal and we talked to Tim, and Tim assures us that we have the authority here to modify this.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ben and then Brenda.
Just a response to Heath's point, and I appreciate that. And I think it is important to be very clear about what this map triggers and what it doesn't trigger. And the only thing it would, and Tim, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of this is the only thing that this map would trigger for a landowner is a defensible space requirements. The home hardening requirement is only for a new building permits. If you were to undertake any new construction or remodeling of a home. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. It's new construction and major renovations like a new roof or, you know, new siding, that type of stuff.
And now.
Yeah, just kind of pile on here a little bit. I find it curious that we don't have the data, but yet 1 in 5 seems okay, Joe. But including it at all is, in other words, excluding it is not okay. So I guess what I'm struggling with here is this issue is so nuanced, right? So if we irrigate throughout the entire growing season, like now, and fire comes, a lightning strike hits or somebody starts a fire, it's not going to go anywhere. But if somebody's growing alfalfa and they irrigate up through the end of June, and then they do nothing, and lightning hits, it's going to start a fire and it's going to spread. I mean, so even including irrigation as a factor, with how many other factors drive this risk?
A lot.
Lots. Thank you. a lot. Why are we agonizing over one thing that we don't have data on when a lot of other things are driving these numbers?
But the objective is not to eliminate fires. It's to make sure that when fires happen, homes make it through, right?
And you don't know that with.
But we don't know that they're more prone as a result of like irrigation 1 out of 5 or 5 out of 5.
You
We
don't
do
know-
know intuitively, though, that in the Oregon State paper says that irrigated agricultural, that fires, that their history, I mean, it's in the paper. It says that fires stop at irrigated agricultural land, and it doesn't draw a distinction between 1 and 5 and 5 and 5, but they at least know that.
You know, I would want to comment, you know, I mean, the points that you guys are making are legitimate points, that everybody's points here are legitimate. But we're not operating in a void here, and this is why I'm going to be wanting to do a compromise here. I think, you know, we already are dealing with rural Oregonians feeling assaulted on a lot of levels and assaulted around this map. And I think the proposal, as you put it, you know, I understand your logic. I don't really disagree with it. But I think it's salt in the wound in terms of the urban-rural divide and how people in many of these communities and farmers and all, you know, feel victimized. So I think that needs to be, we're not in a void. I think that needs to be, it's certainly part of my calculus. When again, we don't have a whole lot of data and all of that. Okay, I guess we will call the roll on this and Liz Agpawa.
No.
Keith Curtis. Ben Doimling.
Yes.
Joe Justice.
No.
Brenda McComb.
Yes.
Bob VanDyk.
No.
And myself, I'm a no as well. And so with that, the motion has failed, and we can reopen our discussion, or we are open to further motions.
I've got a question about what it would take to provide more confidence on this issue. Like if we made a decision that we wanted you to come back, you know, that was a yes on some position, but then we wanted you to come back at date X to inform us about, you know, what you'd done, what you'd learned, need for adjustments. I mean, is that, what does something like that look like? Thank you.
The department and OSU can come back to report to the board as part of any motion and provide updates as our observations and as more research allows, with this being a specific focus.
I understand, but I'm asking like what it would take. Like, is that a major study that needs to be undertaken that would take a couple of years at the least to collect the data and do the analyses, et cetera?
In short, yes. The sorts of complexities that you all are highlighting in terms of seasonal farming practices, water rights issues, you know, water access challenges as a result of climate, those sorts of things. Yeah, that's many years worth of work.
As we all know, this map has kind of gone on for a little while beyond what was originally expected timeline-wise. Liz, go ahead.
And so what Bob is asking, just how much it would take. And I just think there was a lot of discussion here today about what ranchers and farmers actually do and orchardists actually do. And that just seems to be an important piece along with the science, because really, I mean, it just seems to be an important piece to consider.
Anybody else willing to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we adopt the rules as drafted in the board packet.
I would second that.
Okay, Keith Curtis has made a motion that we adopt as drafted, and that has been seconded. And so is a discussion. Hearing none, I'll do a roll call. Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
Keith Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
No.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
With apologies to my OSU colleagues, no.
Okay. Bob VanDyk.
Aye.
And I am a no. And with that, we have adopted it, I believe, on a 4-3 vote as drafted. Thank you all. Okay, at this point, we'll take a break. And let's get back here at 2:05. All right, thank you all. what we're all thinking about our October retreat and the subjects we most want to focus on. So with that, I open it up to all of you.
Well, if no one's gonna jump in, I guess I'll start and throw my hat in the ring. We've kind of thrown out a lot of topics already today. And to me, I think an overarching theme on all of this is sort of work plans. What is the board's gonna do over the coming year or two? And or part of that at least. And I think that ties very well into the performance progress report, the key performance measures that was reported on. And I think there's a lot to unpack in those, in what those questions that are being asked by, in those measures, and what the board and the department is doing to achieve that, and whether they're the right questions to ask, and what might be better questions to ask on, are we doing good work? And I think it would be really interesting to sit down with those and look at them. And I think those are actually, if I understand correctly, we can't change those. Those are changed at the legislative level, but we can propose changes to those performance measures. But I think it would be a good jumping off point for some good discussion about the work that we as this board are trying to do over the coming years.
And
Thanks, Ben. Just to follow up on Ben's comment, I guess I was been pondering this a little bit this morning's discussion, but with the vision document in hand, since we voted on that, the strategies still need some work, and I see those as strategies that are collaboratively developed between the board and the agency. And then below that are specific work plans that with items that we're setting out a timeline and we're going to get some things done. And they need to fall directly from the strategy. And then from those work plans should come some key performance measures that we can identify and propose to the legislature that can be perhaps more relevant to the future than what we have now. So I see sort of a logical progression. So that's one part of the retreat. I hope that we have enough time at the retreat to dig into this DEI climate issue, success or lack of in the agency around representation, inclusion, those sorts of things, as well as the committees that we vote on.
Yeah, I guess I agree with Brenda, getting back to the committees. And I was talking to Kyle just briefly about the committees and how there's statutorily, requirements, and there's some tension there, right? There's some tension between how the makeup of those committees and maybe what we're trying to do. So I think it'd be good to understand statutory requirement of those committees, how that maybe would need to be changed, and what that begins to look like, I guess. Because I think there is a tension there, I think, because of the statutory requirement.
Yes, and I think we've heard from Kyle and others regarding those statutory requirements. But we've also, I've had conversations with people in the agency where even despite those statutory requirements, there are things that could be done differently to try to advance some of these issues. And so yes, there are challenges, but there shouldn't be excuses.
And so just a thought, I'm happy to hear we're going to have a deeper dive into the DEI, especially with Amy here and can help us with that. And we can maybe help you with that, Amy. There was speaking of committees, there was a thought to discuss deeper how we might use some of the advisory committees. And I thought I heard that today. And can we do some further thinking about that as part of that general?
Let me just run through the list that I'm quickly jotting down here. And one is work plans. And I think that conversation also is pretty closely related to agenda development. We've had a lot of tension and issues around agenda development and, and do we do 1 year, 2 year plans and all of that. So to me, either separately or together, those are important ideas. We've got the performance measures that we're required to do by state. I don't know that that's around our performance. I don't know if that's a big conversation. This is statutorily required and all of that. I think, for the whole department, the conversation around performance measures and all is a big and important one. And let's see, also, I'm just going through the list of what I've been hearing you all say. Advisory committee structures, their existence, what we can do, what we can't do, what's statutory, what's not, and what we can do around DEI related to those advisory committees. Also, I heard, just DEI in general beyond the advisory committees for the organization. And then I have said, and we're going to have a lot related to this with our tour and all, but fire policy. There's a lot of different things we could be talking about that, but as several of you have heard me say, looking at what I'm seeing in Eastern Oregon, we have a lot to talk about, I think, in terms of our future with rangeland fires and those are real policy issues. So those are just the little things that I've written down so far.
I do have a couple thoughts.
Great.
One, I do like the board agenda development, that is supposed to be an addendum to the board policy manual, at least in the version 1.0 that we have from March 6th of this year. It provides that that's not started. And so I do think that a conscious decision, like a conversation about how that happens. And then the other thing that would be really helpful, I find in my 20 years working with this board, like it is very seductive to bite off more than you can chew. It would be really helpful to me to have some feeling from ODF, from the staff, about what the year looks like. One, I think that this board should be more involved in budget development and POP requests. But if we are going to be, then that conversation has to happen at some time during the year. We also have a number of things that kind of come up every year that I think that we need to account for. There's really maybe, like, I'll make up a number. There's maybe 35 hours of total work time available to us per year as a board together that isn't consumed by other things. And I think that if we're going to effectively use that time, we need to catalog how much is there actually, and how are we going to press our agenda forward and be, I think, modest about what we can and can't accomplish. I think that other bodies have put a lot of expectations on this board to carry certain things forward, like the private forest accord, and we have to do that. And so I think in some ways, while I like the idea of strategies and kind of an overarching vision, I really think work planning is the prerogative of this board and getting done the tasks in front of us with the limited amount of time that we have.
Yeah, I agree. So the issue around POPs and do we use the bully pulpit as individuals or as a group around the political process? That's a important topic that is largely goes unaddressed. And
we need the staff's help.
Yeah. Another issue that comes up is that justified or not, I think staff often feels beat up by us. And I think, we need to, maybe we need to have a talk about that. And, cause I think, if they're feeling beat up by us, that's not very healthy. And we want to be very supportive. I mean, these people that have their careers here and I think generally work really, really hard. And I witnessed a lot of great stuff. But I also know that that's a common perception. So I'll just kind of put staff morale, another possible. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, Chair, you asked Brenda to lead a policy review with.
I can't quite hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked Brenda to lead a policy review, and I don't know if I'm getting ahead of my headlights. Did you want a little placeholder at the retreat to review the initial stuff, Brenda?
So there's two pieces to that. One is the proposed language that around stipends and reimbursement that will go into the board policy manual. Liz, Heath, and I met at lunchtime. And we'll all take a closer look at that over the next week or so. Get back to me. I'll put it all together and then send it to you, Jim, and Cal for the retreat, if possible. And then we can maybe take not long, I hope, to finalize that and get it into the board policy manual. The other piece of that is that we do have to look at updates to the board policy manual. And I think that's not due until January or so. But I guess there's a process question, Heath, right? So we have a discussion about the new language in October, but then we hopefully would vote on it in November. Is that so? But you, yeah. If that's possible.
If we have a special meeting?
We can do that too. Yeah.
Idea. Yeah, because it's going to take a vote by the board and maybe it'll end up being next year and we could combine the review with this new language too.
I think a special meeting regarding the proposed language around reimbursements and stipend is something that we could probably do within less than an hour.
Oh, absolutely.
It should be pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did want to follow up on Heath's point, and I do agree about work plans, but work plans need to be set within some broader strategy. And that's where I hope that we can spend some time, is coming to agreement between the staff and the board on strategies to move forward together. Because I agree with you that I'm sure there are staff members who feel beat up after coming away from some of these meetings. And the more we can communicate with one another and work together, I think the better off we'll be. The other point I wanted to make is that you've already got a long list for the retreat. And I think one thing we should think about is which ones of those could be handled by subcommittees, as we've done with the vision document and a few others, and which ones of them really need full board discussion, which is difficult given the number of people and the amount of time we have.
Exactly. You seem to be very skilled at this. Maybe you should be chair.
Absolutely.
No, I agree. And so let's keep talking about that. Because I think it might be the time to look at a subcommittee or two. Yeah. Bob?
Well, I guess it seems like this is a pretty good list that's developed here. The performance measures, the DEI issue, the agenda development issue. For me, it'd be helpful, and I think this is related to the work plans, but also to the strategies, is to be able to look ahead and say, here's what's on the horizon, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year. There are obviously some things that happen every year, the fire season, and every other year we approve the budget. So, there's some things we can anchor already. There are also things that the legislature has told us to do and put on deadline. And so, those can obviously be added to the calendar today. But I guess I want to say, in thinking about the strategies, many of them are pretty ambitious and seem like they'd undertake something new, which is fine and good. We should be ambitious at times. But I want to make sure that the staff have space to pursue our ambitions. And so to do that, for me, means starting with what do they have to do? And how much room is actually left for them to do something new? And my guess is that most of them are pretty busy with things they've been told to do already, especially recently with all the legislative directives. So, we need to be strategic about which strategies we say, look, these are the ones that rise to the top that we should try for something new. So getting a sense of where we are on the work plan issue, how we look ahead is the agenda development for me. And then, the strategies piece feels like bigger picture about picking priorities to weigh in on. Thank you.
I think what you're saying there, Bob, is really important because we've had a lot of confusion at times in the past and sometimes a lack of recognition on our part about how much we are asking of staff. Sometimes and sometimes just based on an offhand comment by one of us, and so we always have to police ourselves on that and and I think it's a good screen because we think about all of this. What is realistic?
Jim, you mentioned board performance, I think, is one of your topics, and or maybe I misunderstood that, but we evaluate our own performance every year, right?
Per the statute that.
Yeah, per the statute. And I often wonder why.
We have to.
But it's not meaningful. We're not gaining any insights from that, really.
I'm not arguing that we are
Yeah.
getting much.
So is there something different that we should try to do?
Getting a little, but I don't disagree, but we are required by statute.
I just want to say that, Brenda, that's reported in the performance measures, how we're doing, the self-assessment. So that might be a good place if we're looking at performance measures.
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
take that up
yeah, that might
as
be
well.
one we can't do much about, but the whole, the bigger performance measure.
We should start by all filling out the survey.
So, let me just play a little exercise here or a game. Again, I'll run through this list real quick. And one being, what are we going to do about work plans in the future? 2, agenda development. 3, performance measures. 4, committee structures, their existence, what we can do around reviewing of that, and what we can do about DEI around the committees. DEI period. And the conversation about where are we going with our next step vision. So a conversation about strategies. I'm not saying these are all little things. And a policy conversation around fire. And how do we do better with our bully pulpit and influencing pops and things. And I also mentioned staff morale. So the game, I think, here is just to kind of go around and what would be on top of the list for each of you. And I also just want to say that what I've really experienced is when we don't do these things well, the department fills in for us, and so we just give away our power. The department does a really great job of doing agenda development all on their own, and of course the department can't do things like do a whole lot of lobbying, et cetera, the kind that we can on POPs, other political issues. Okay.
I just want to add a clarification there, at least from my view. I'm not interested in so much work plans as a topic as like seeing the actual draft. Like, here's what's coming up. Here's what the divisions are thinking about. Because I know the divisions have thought like what we're going to be doing over the next 2 years. So for me, getting that overview of what they're doing already would be helpful. If that's not possible, I understand, but
You think we need a work plan for ourselves, though?
I'd be happy to work on it. Well, I'll take that back, maybe. But it needs to be informed. It needs to be in order. It needs to be informed by what the agency prepares for us. And I am a little concerned, like if I'm doing my math right, I think we're 6 weeks out from the planning meeting, and that's a really short turnaround for ODF. I would like to suggest that they should feel at liberty, at least for purposes of cataloging their current work and anticipated work. I'm okay personally with them delivering that late. If I think that will be so important for purposes of informing that conversation at the planning retreat that it's worth accommodating that.
Yeah, realistically, how much can we expect with, this fire season does not look like it's.
Hey, I get it. If we're gonna use the time productively, otherwise we're gonna talk in terms of hypotheticals, and I'd rather not. Yeah, and for me, if they were just, it'd be fine to have one pagers from each of them that just say, here are the top things we hope to get done by quarter or something like that. So I'm not talking about a super detailed document. Thank you.
Thoughts, Cal?
Yeah, this is Cal, State Forester. I just listening to your discussion, and I think that the list is long. But I think it's worthwhile. I am concerned about 6 weeks out and having your answers for everything. And I don't know what deep level of detail. We can't get too much into. I think what we do is start work. We're starting to kick the can down the road, and we start like working on work plans. We don't have the final, we have the vision, which gives us priorities, but we can start formulating some discussion around those areas and moving. I think Brenda's logic makes sense. From there, you go to KPMs and you go to KPMs in that discussion. As far as around budget development, I'm going to have to sit down and talk to James and the finance people, how that all puts. We go through a very specific process in doing this, and we try to involve the ET and leadership teams in the development of that budget. And we will probably have to say, okay, so let's talk about how do we involve the board in the development of that budget. So that's going to be a new twist and add time for our budget development process. But that's, I can see, I do have, and I don't think there's just a slight concern that we need to keep an eye on this so that we don't go from policy to management, if you understand what I'm saying. And I think you guys are at the policy level right now. In fact, but it's easy to step into the management area, and that's where we're going to have to look at. We're talking, but that doesn't preclude discussing these things at an October retreat. So I just wanted to kind of go over what Eleni and Matt Howard and others have put together for you right now. And October 16th and 17th is the retreat days. And then, by the way, the 15th is going to be the final workshop meeting of the budget workshop, for fire in Umatilla. So they're going to kind of come up with, I think they're going to kind of finalize what they're going to give a report to the legislature. So that's a big day. And, what we hear from them is going to be interesting. But as far as our retreat, we're going to have, welcome and perspectives on fire management from Eric Qualeps, who is the Director of Natural Resources at the Confederate Tribes of Umatilla. Michael Jackson, Superintendent, Umatilla Agency, BIA, and Matt Howard. We have scheduled Gordy Schumacher. He's a Program Manager, Range Agriculture Forestry. Jeff Casey, Umatilla Agency, BIA, and Jeff Lauer are going to be probably going with us on the tour. So they'll give you a little background. We are going to go on a fire tour of the Cayuse fire and talk a little bit about how the three agencies work together, foothill overview. And I don't know a lot about that, but it's complexity of topography, so on and so forth. Then we're going to go look at the Saddle Hollow Fire 2022 and talk about the success of on-ground work to stop the Saddle Hollow Fire, cultural resources, concerns and mitigation, et cetera, things like that. And then we'll move into the Gulch, Stage Gulch prescription, meeting the management objectives and other prescribed fire successes within the Umatilla Indian Reservation, recent growth of prescribed program on the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So it kind of gives you this background from fire suppression to managing with fire. And I think that's going to be interesting. That evening, we have a social plan, and it will be talking about the complete and coordinated system, and then specifically issues and statistics around the Northeast Oregon area fire. The 17th is way open, but we're really going to have to look at what we focus and what's our expectation walking out of. And I think what you had on there, Jim, you prioritize work plans and DEI around committees and DEI.
I've got them on the list here, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have to kind of work that out. In the past, what we've done is worked on that together, see what we can do. I think we need to have a meeting shortly, maybe early next week to kind of put the final. And then we can fly that suggestion to the board, I think. Yeah. If that seems to be reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look at, but like I say, everything you guys have been talking about is important. I don't want to say if we don't make it to retreat, we won't talk about it, because I think we're gonna have to talk about those things. And maybe we start making some time in regular board meetings for that type of discussion.
So, a couple of thoughts. One, when and Cal needs to do it more often when we start drifting into operations, that he needs to slap us. But, you were talking about budget development, want to be more involved in budget development. Our statutory responsibility is to oversee the finances. But, what I have learned is that the finances of this organization are really complicated. And, I think any board member would be welcome to do it, but to get a really good understanding, unless you're way, way, way smarter than me, takes a huge commitment. So to be involved in budget development, I think we need to be involved in the policy that drives budget development.
Maybe they blend though. Again, I've been doing this a long time. The list of POPs really imply policy. You don't have to go super deep. Frankly, the agency tells us what things cost. I don't have room to debate them on that. But what they include as POPs, what they prioritize for purposes of taking to the governor for the ARB, I really feel like this board has an appropriate role to play in development of that policy. Those are often highly consequential and not mandatory. And so I have been disappointed at the degree over time that the agency has kind of checked the box with POP development, that it's largely at the state forester's discretion. And I think that those decisions are more consequential than that. I think they are driven by policy, and that it's very difficult for us to project in advance what policy statements will drive which POPs. We should just talk about the POPs before they're submitted.
I totally agree.
Can I say something with that? This year, we wanted to start discussion on those POPs in January, as we normally do, and the governor said we could not, and we didn't get permission to actually discuss the POPs until I think it was almost June. So we do have those types of delays we're not the only ones in control of our agency development and our POPs. We get influenced by other areas. So, given that, Heath, I know what you're saying, but we were actually, it was part of the process not to talk about them.
I'd like to see that process documented somewhere. Like I'll trust that that's what somebody told you, and that it works mostly that way. But I've watched this happen over time. It's more fluid than that. And frankly, the governor's office doesn't know what the realm of the possible is at the outset.
Well, I'm not going to argue, but I could show you the documentation on that if you want to see it.
That's unfortunate.
The number of years I've been on this board, for better or worse, the governor's office is have much tighter reins, I would say, over the department, for better or worse. And that's a reality that we are dealing with.
Well, and I think the intent of the way the process went this year is to stop end running to legislators. And then after the GRB comes out, you got this end run that occurs, but I'm just supposing, that's just my observation.
Yeah, I wanted to also support board. I mean, in terms of the board doing something new or showing initiative, a key way to do that, in my experience, is through legislative concepts. That's one thing that we can bring forward to the board, to the legislature and the governor's office. And the other is through the POP process, because many times something, my experience is that ODF staff are not just sitting around all day until we decide a new strategy. They're busy doing work. And so lots of times it takes new staffing to actually do something. So like if we really wanted to go deep on climate change and climate leadership, I think we'd need to ask for a package that describe the kind of resources and purposes. And the way to do that, from my view, would be in a POP, in the budget process. I don't know I know the governor put very tight sideboards on the amount that could be requested in this year's budget by all the agencies. But I do know at least some of the other agencies had a robust POP process, like ODF&W contacted me well in advance to say, what would you like? Here's the menu that's out there. There was discussion at board meetings, as there had been at past board meetings here, where there was testimony on some of the POP. So my experience is very limited again, but that ODF seemed like they were alone in not having any public POP process, but that's a pretty limited pool I'm drawing from. Thank you.
To throw this out, we have this, we've approved our vision document, and we know there's work to be done on all the strategies. Is that something that which I think could, if we wanted to, could take up this whole board retreat? Do we, at this point in time, want to take lead on further development on strategies, or do we want to, for the most part, relinquish that to staff and then review? What are the thoughts on the process there? Ken?
I think that's a good question. And I think ultimately a lot of that belongs with staff. I think the board's guidance should be a little higher level than really at the sort of tactics level. And you said strategies and I said tactics here, but I think I look forward to continued conversations with the board about how to put that vision into practice, but at a higher level. And I think, I don't know, I think Joe had something to say. I'm not quite sure what the level, how to define those levels, but I think I want to make sure we stay at our levels.
Yeah, I'm not sure. To your question, Jim, I guess I'm gonna think about that. Obviously we need to refine those strategies. I don't know. Ultimately it comes back to the board, and so I think the board has to discuss that, quite frankly. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. I think, if we were today, to tell Cal, you guys take it from here, nothing's going to happen really in the next 6 weeks because of all of the fire season and all of that. But I think, that trying to put that conversation about who's going to do the work and next steps rather than spend because I do feel like that could just eat us up completely. So I'd like to see it on the agenda kind of with those sideboards around it. Does that make sense to everybody?
I think so. I don't know what the words mean. Like, I don't really know what strategies means. Does that mean what's in here? I think we need to grapple with like actual sentences. Like what is a sentence that looks like a strategy versus what is a sentence that looks like something ODF handles? Your smart thinking on that would be appreciated, honestly. I don't know.
Oh, boy, I don't want to get into that talk, but anyhow, Brenda.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Jim. I think that as we talk about strategies, we do need to engage with key staff in that discussion because having drafted a few strategic plans in unfortunately, in my career, you need to identify goals and objectives, and then the pathway that gets you to those goals and objectives. So those are the strategies. Not getting down into the weeds with which levers you pull on day 2 to get what you want, but this is the direction we're going in. This is what we want to achieve, and this is how we're going to get here. And that's not something that this board can do alone. I think we need to have the staff engaged in those discussions. So for instance, if fire is one of those strategies, we're going to do something about fire, right? Does it mean that we're going to propose to the legislature that the statute be changed so that not all fires are put out immediately, that some are allowed to burn? Does it mean that we're going to invest X amount of effort into fuel reduction and prescribed burning? You know, those are the things we need to do to get to a desired outcome. What we do on day 1, 2, 3, and 4 to get there is really up to that guy at the end of the table, because that's the management piece. That's the piece that we should not have involvement in.
Talking about, which I really do feel is a role that mostly goes unfulfilled by us, is thinking beyond pops.
Yes.
And using the bully pulpit in terms of making recommendations to the legislature on fire policy in those kind of areas. I'd love to see us be able to be more active and cohesive in that arena.
Is that within the?
Those strategies should lead to pops.
Yeah.
They should lead to the things that you want to have funded.
Say that again.
The strategies that are developed should lead to the things that you want to have funded. Or it diverts money from something else, one other thing you're doing to this strategic initiative. So it does go back to funding directly.
Right. But Heath, you're absolutely right. That's not in our statutory, abilities. But I think, I believe, until somebody tells me I'm wrong, that as the Board of Forestry, we do have a bully pulpit that we can use. We are citizens who spend a whole lot of time dealing with these issues, and so it is something that I think we can potentially do, which is making recommendations to the public and to the legislature, to the governor's office. And no, it's not. I'm not. I'm talking really purely on a bully pulpit basis.
Yeah, if I may very quickly, I need to give that some thought, Jim. Like,
Okay.
It's been a while since I've read the beginning of chapter 526, but I'd be surprised if that's in there. I mean, the legislature doesn't want these boards and commissions to be advocacy bodies. Like that to me is not within the scope of our role. We are implementers. We take the policy mandates from the policymakers and we shape them and implement them. I'm gonna grow pretty uncomfortable if we want legislative reform on an issue and this body votes on a position and advocates for that. I guess I just need to look.
Fair enough, but we are a policy board. And I think, there's a role that potentially in certain arenas where we can play, I think we can be helpful. I see so often with legislators who, don't have a clue about the different kinds of forests that we have in the state. And don't have a clue about the different kinds of treatments and things that make sense depending on where you are. And I think I think we can be helpful on some of that at a more sophisticated level.
If we could do it unanimously, but I fear if this body's going to begin doing advocacy, then I'm going to refuse to speak with one voice unless I agree with the.
I suspect you're right. If we were trying to do advocacy kind of stuff like that we probably would need to be speaking with one voice. That makes sense to me.
This is a great topic, and Heath and Jim, I appreciate you guys raising these thoughts. And I guess I wouldn't think of us as an advocacy board. I would think of us as a policy board, but we are hopefully think should be the experts in the room when it comes to policy around forestry. And not to toot my own horn, I am woefully uneducated compared to a lot of the people in the states on this. But I think that's one of the reasons we're here in this body, is as a collection of folks who hopefully know a good bit about forest policy in Oregon. And as a result, when there's a deficit, when there's something missing, I think it's incumbent on us as a board to suggest a solution. And that's one of the reasons I go back to these statutory KPMs that the department has. If we find opportunities to improve on that need legislative direction, I think that's incumbent on us to do that if we're not reaching the targets that we should be reaching.
So Heath, would you have a problem with the Board of Forestry, the members of the Board of Forestry signing a letter advising the legislature about the importance of funding for the private forest department? That's an example of what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to admit my thinking on this isn't terribly sophisticated yet. I have to, read the statute and get my mind around it. It seems to me that highlighting for the legislature that money is needed for the directives that the legislature has issued is entirely appropriate.
Sound too radical.
That seems to me to be a little different, though, than advocating that the legislature issue those directives in the first instance. And so I just, again, I view this body, this board, we are in the executive branch. That is to say, our job is to do what the legislative branch tells us to do. And there is some discretion in implementation, but I don't believe that this body is a policy driving body. We are a division of the executive, and that's to me a clear distinction in roles.
Great discussion, but I think
Yeah.
some varying viewpoints around.
I do. I think we just found another topic for the retreat, because there's a clear philosophical disagreement between members of the board around this issue.
Yeah.
I mean, if all I'm going to be doing is voting and signing papers that the legislature tells me I need to vote on and sign, then you can go find another board member. But if it's somebody that's looking for a vision and where we're going to take the forests in this state into the future, working collaboratively with other agencies, then I'm all for it. I'm all in. We clearly have some differences of opinion around our role here.
At that point, we agree.
Yeah, regarding the strategies document, there's like 50 strategies in there, and some of them are pretty big and some of them are more narrow. And there was a discussion earlier about the staff. What role do they have in the strategies? And, this is certainly more probably than they could do in the short term, but what would be helpful for me is to know, what would it take to do one of those strategies? So, when the state forester and the department read a strategy, if for them it means like, look, we need a whole new initiative, a major thing to do, that's different from, well, we could do that with existing resources over time in a more narrow way. So having that sense about which are pursuable and within, existing resources or new would be helpful in considering the strategies to me.
So I know going back to, work plans for this board, agenda development kind of sounds boring. But, what I've really learned is that if we, as I've mentioned before, don't take control of agenda development, which is mostly supposed to be my responsibility, the department fills it right in. And I don't blame them. They always have a bunch of stuff that's statutorily required that we approve, and we have, all the rulemaking and all of the other kinds of things. So they do fill it up. But I do feel like we are at an inflection point around the state HCP is, you know, on the road and the PFA is on the road. You know, what, do we want to just, what do we really want to do going forward? We haven't been in that position. We've been so tied up with our own stuff, our governance work, our vision work, so I really want to see some conversation around that. What are we gonna, what's gonna be on our meeting agendas? What do each of us want to see? What each of us don't want to see? That kind of thing, because I feel pretty uncomfortable about the way that process has been working up to this time.
Would it, like, one tool that might be helpful in informing this disagreement is counsel from ODOJ about the degree to which this body as a body can lobby. Pretty confident it can.
I'm pretty confident it can, but it sounds like we should, we don't need to have a special DOJ consultation on that, but we can add it when we've got them in the room. I certainly think, don't you think, Cal?
I think we could ask them for clarity around the roles, responsibility, and relationships of the board.
Would you be telling me that it's not my role? I met with the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, this last summer, trying to make sure they both really understood that our fire funding was not fixed, and that if we had a bad, this was earlier in the year, that if we had a bad fire season, we were going to be, we were going to be in big trouble. And did they clearly understand that? I'm out there lobbying by saying that, right? Is that something that shouldn't be doing?
I think you're doing that in your individual capacity. I think that if we were to
Meeting him as the chair of the Board of Forestry,
that may be, and these lines aren't perfectly drawn, but I would say that if this board were to vote on a legislative prescription, that takes on a very different tone. And I again question, I need to go look at 526 again. I would be very surprised if the legislature authorized this body to act in that capacity.
I don't. Yeah, and I'm not sure anything that we would ever be doing would be a prescription. I mean, we're a bunch of volunteers. We're not going to be writing legislation and model legislation. I can't imagine how we could.
This is Cal again. Heath, I think that the interpretation that you're, on 526 is what, when I first was on the Board of Forestry years ago, it's kind of what I was taught, that you're executing things. But I'll tell you, Jim, you just pulled out the real example, which I thought using your bully pulpit was very helpful in saying, it's just going to take one bad fire season before ODF is struggling again. And
I want to have the department accused of being like, what are you doing? You need money.
But that isn't legislation. That's just saying, hey, there's a problem around the corner. So, and you're right. It's not real quick. This is like anything in government or law. It's not always black and white. There's some gray areas, and we have to make decisions in those gray areas. But yeah, I understand what you said, what you're saying from, our law.
The examples you've given have both been related to finances, and I do view those in a different light. That is to say, the finances supporting the mission given to us by the legislature than policy advocacy. But we'll come to that.
So it's been 6 years. My memory is getting worse by the month here, but when we were asked to serve on the board, were we not asked to represent the best interests of all Oregonians? So does that mean we simply bow to the demands of the legislature? To me, we need to be thinking outside that box if we're going to be supporting all Oregonians. We need to be visionary. We need to take that vision document that Ben and Joe and Joy and Mike and a bunch of other people worked on and realize that philosophy going forward. And that is not something that that is something that the legislature can help us with if we develop those relationships with legislators. So if we were sitting here on our butts waiting for the next thing to sign, that to me, that is totally uninspiring. If we can get together and work with people to realize that vision as it is written and in the minds of each one of us, that's far more inspiring.
You guys are really good at using up 45 minutes of unscheduled time.
We can use up a lot more than that.
All right, that's a great conversation, and we will move it to our next agenda item, which is scheduled for 3 o'clock, which it is. The legislative report on the private forest accord implementation. As I said, we do have some folks signed up for testimony. Are we turning it over to Josh first? I think we are.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. Joining me today is Nicole Stapp, our Forest Resources Division Policy Lead. And she's here to help answer any questions and capture any changes if they're needed to the report if they come up. So as a brief reminder, in February 2020, conservation and forest industry groups offered to revise the Forest Practices Act and administrative rules through a memorandum of understanding that included mediated discussions, which everyone here has come to know as the Private Forest Accord. So in June of 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602, which increased helicopter spray buffers, directed rulemaking for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in the Siskiyou region, and set communication laws for spraying pesticides by helicopter. The bill set the accord timeline and topics for making changes to the Forest Practices Act and rules from which the board could apply for a programmatic habitat conservation plan. In March of 2022, the legislature adopted the accord recommendations through Senate Bills 1501, 1502, and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 modified the existing Forest Practices Act statutes, directed rulemaking, and incorporated by reference the Private Forest Accord report. The Private Forest Accord report further detailed the recommended changes to be made to the Forest Practices Act rules. Senate Bill 1501 also requires the board to submit an annual progress report to the legislative committees related to forestry regarding implementation of the Private Forest Accord. So the purpose of this agenda item is to provide the board with information and request the board approve submission of the report on 2023 activities included as attachment 1 in the board materials. This year's report only captures the 2023 activities. The table next slide. This table mirrors the one in the report in your materials there in the board binder and captures the board's statutory obligations set by Senate Bill 1501 as well as their established deadlines. Since it's an annual reporting requirement, the activities completed in 2022 were reported to the legislature in 2023, and activities completed in 2023 are included in today's draft report, while the activities for this year, 2024, will be reported next year. The board has already met the deadlines for adopting and revising the single rule package, submitting a proposed HCP, and appointing the first members of the Adaptive Management Program Committee and independent research and science teams. In reviewing the remaining statutory obligations, post-disturbance rulemaking is in progress and needs to be completed no later than November 30th, 2025. Regarding tethered logging, the department anticipates an agenda item in early 2025 to initiate that rulemaking process and assist the board in meeting the deadline of initiating rulemaking. The report regarding incidental take permits and petitions will come at a later time. That can't be completed until we know the outcome of the work with the federal services and the review of the Private Forest Accord HCP.
The department plans to continue drafting the implementation progress reports for the board's review and approval. And that's really all we had, and open it up for board discussion and any questions that you may have.
Okay, so Heath was asking me, so why do we even have to vote on this? And I said, welcome to the Board of Forestry. We end up having to vote on a lot of things that are required by statute. That's why, because it's required that we do so. And I'll open up to any other board comments before we have public, open up to public comment.
Yeah, I have a comment. I just want to say thank you to you, and I want you to convey to your whole team my appreciation for your work on the private forest accord. Obviously, the private forest accord was something that was, well, I guess I'd say foisted on you, given to you, directed for you to do that you didn't ask for. It's an enormous undertaking. I saw the draft HCP at 800 pages. There's lots of landowners who are being forced to follow new rules that they may not understand where they came from, or felt they had a good chance to weigh in on them. And so that's, not a happy job for a lot of the staff conveying that. So even just hiring the new staff that you've had to hire, that's an undertaking in of itself while you're doing other things and then training those staff. So anyway, I just want to give you my appreciation. I hope you convey with your team and ODF writ large that I appreciate what a big lift this has been. And it's not easy, and it's not near done, unfortunately. So more to do, but thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. So it's hard to vote no against this, although the line on post-disturbance logging does concern me, because I guess you've started, but now we're going back. So it sounds like there's more work that needs to be done. I certainly have a lot of concerns about this from the very get-go, both the literature review and then the subsequent rules that did not seem to be based upon science. So is it truly started, or are you going back to ground zero to start again now? Or what is the status with that one?
Thank you for the question. We are not restarting from the beginning. We're continuing to move forward. We're in the process right now of finalizing the draft HCP with the services. And so leaving that rulemaking open till we complete that work to see if there's any further changes that need to be addressed through that rulemaking is our intent. We do have till the end of 2025 to complete that rulemaking. So that's the plan moving forward.
So if the services come back with criticisms, then you would revise that, which may mean going back to start again on some parts of it?
It depends on what the magnitude of those changes would be.
Yeah. So it's hard for me to say whether this is truly started or whether it's in progress or not. I mean, that seems to be in flux at the moment.
Well, it seems to me we have a degradation finding, and we've had a rulemaking process, and then there's been comments on the rules. I agree with you. If the rules need changes, they're then going to have to go back probably through another 714 analysis about the magnitude of the effect they have. But it feels like it started to me. I agree completely that it's not clear when or if it will end on time or what it will look like.
Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. So can you just remind me of the upcoming process for the tethered logging? I think I understood that that's going to go through the adaptive management program, but something needs to happen by March, it looks like. Can you just remind me what the plan is for that to unfold?
Yes, thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So no later than
I believe it's March 17th. It has to do with the date the bill was signed. We have to have the rulemaking initiated for tethered logging. So there will likely be an item at the March board meeting to start that process. What that looks like and what the process is hasn't been determined yet, but looking at Senate Bill 1501, it does allow the option for that to go through the adaptive management process for that particular rulemaking. So it is an option.
Okay, Eleni, I think we can move on to public comment.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Today, we have 3 individuals signed up for public comment on agenda item number 8. We'll go ahead and start with the folks joining us in person. I welcome Casey Culla and Stacy Detwiller. If you'd like to come on up here. And then when I call on your name, please unmute the mic in front of you and be prepared to speak. We will have a timer set up that's set for 2 minutes. We ask that when you see the timer run out, please provide your closing statement. All right, Casey Culla, would you like to go first?
Just, I'd be happy to have Stacy go first since I tailored my remarks to hers.
Perfect.
Thanks, Casey. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Makamoto, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today on the Private Forest Accord Progress Report. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler. I'm the Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center, a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving wild salmon in steelhead rivers and ecosystems, and one of the conservation groups engaged as a PFA author throughout the process since 2020. And I also want to note that I serve as the co-chair on the Adaptive Management Program Committee and want to declare a potential conflict of interest. I'm not speaking on behalf of that committee in these comments today, but on behalf of myself and the Wild Salmon Center. I just want to thank the board, ODF, and ODF&W staff for keeping multiple processes moving forward to hit these key implementation deadlines. Completing the comprehensive final draft of the Private Forest Accord HCP that was submitted by the state to NOAA and Fish and Wildlife Service on July 15th was a massive undertaking. Bob mentioned 800 pages. I really just want to thank everyone who contributed to that effort, particularly ODF staff, Jennifer, Josh, Kyle, Kate, and many others. At the heart of the agreement, as most of you know, is this hard deadline. If the state fails to get federal approval of the Private Forest Accord HCP by December 31st, 2027, all of those changes roll back. So 2 things need to happen now. First, the state needs to get an approved federal plan, which, as we mentioned, is on track. And second, the state must fully fund programs that are critical to federal approval in the upcoming 2025-2027 biennium, specifically $16 million to ODF for the Adaptive Management Program and the SFISH grant program for small forest landowners, and $20 million to ODF&W for the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Program. Although these core components are not currently included in the base budget, they are really foundational to the success of the HCP and ensuring federal approval. Now is the time for Oregon to build on the work of the past 4 years to reshape these laws around timber harvest on private forest lands. Investing in these core programs is foundational to securing federal approval and continuing to meet these milestones as highlighted. So thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments today, and I'll submit more detailed comments into the record.
Thank you. And Casey?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, members, State Forester Makamoto. For the record, my name is Casey Culla. I coordinate forest policy at Oregon Wild. I'm also a member of the Board of Forestry's Adaptive Management Program Committee, and thus a public official, and therefore I declare a potential conflict of interest, as my testimony may represent an official act that may result in potential benefit to me. First, thanks to the staff. I know, right? Thanks to the staff at ODF for implementing a massive number of new rules this year, including technical guidance and training. Second, I want to add some details to the legislative report. SFISH here at ODF has awarded the first $6 million to about 75 miles of fish habitat, and that represents hard work by Josh Hansen at ODF and trust by small forest landowners. The ODFW PFA grant program has awarded $10 million for 25 high priority habitat restoration projects across Oregon. Again, thanks to ODFW staff, the advisory committee members like Chad Washington, who may still be here, Kristen Rivard, and Heath in his former role. And again, trust by the folks doing the work. The next round of funding is opening this fall. The administrative draft HCP was submitted to the federal services this summer successfully because of the teamwork of people like Jason Miner, Jennifer Weichel, Seth Barnes, Dave Bechtel, Stacy Detweiler, Sean Stevens, Kelly Burnett, Terry O'Rourke, Sarah O'Brien, Nicole Manis, and so many more. The Adaptive Management Program is steadily moving towards a research agenda coordinated by Emily Martin and Terry Free. There's a pattern here, right? There's a lot of people involved in this. Finally, at ODFW, the Fish Presence Survey methodology is getting a thorough update. But I want to note that the 2025 through 2027 budget, as you guys talked about, does not include these key programs. This was a commitment that we're making to the federal services. And I know about the program limitations and the budget limitations that the governor gave to you. I also know that other policy-making bodies have insisted the governor add back those items that they couldn't include because they were priorities. I hope you agree with us that the PFA is a priority and tell the governor to your interesting conversations earlier. Thank you for your time. Oof.
I think Casey gets an award for most words packed into 2 minutes that I've heard since I've been on this board.
And I do want to say, really, this was an important conversation that you all had, very important, and was the foundation of our comments today.
Thank you both for participating. I'll go ahead and call on the individual joining us through Zoom, Carson Kendrick.
Thank you. Chair Kelly, Vice Chair McComb, and members of the board, thank you for the time today to provide testimony at your board meeting. And thank you so much for your service on this board. My name is Carson Kendrick, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. Our network is 31 organizations working to protect our natural world, our water, wildlife, and open space. Together, our statewide community of land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, and conservation organizations have protected more than 318,000 acres of land. COLT members work in the private land arena, empowering Oregon landowners to protect land for conservation for all time. We have been tracking the development of the Private Forest Accords Mitigation Grant Program since its inception and have a seat representing private land interests on the Adaptive Management Program Committee. These two programs are critical towards securing a federally approved habitat conservation plan and improving protections for clean water and fish over the next 50 years. We know that the governor's guidance has precluded this agency from including additional funding for these programs in the requested budget, but we are here today to share our strong support for funding these critical programs in the upcoming biennium and let the board know that we will work to advocate on behalf of these programs in the legislative session and with the governor's office. We'd also want to encourage your support for ODF and ODFW staff and partner organizations that are working towards the HCP, and encourage you to share your support with the legislature and governor as we enter a tough budgeting year. Thank you again for the time to comment. We look forward to continued partnership on these programs and with the department.
Thank you very much for your participation and for honoring the 2-minute time limit. That concludes the public comments for agenda item 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new comments after the public comments? I see one, Brenda.
Yeah, I really appreciate the public comments. Thank you very much. In fact, it made me think. This document is entitled the 2023 Progress Report, and I learned more in 6 minutes about the progress that has been made than I did by reading this bare bones document. So I cannot agree that this is a progress report. This is a table with a few words on it, but it is not a progress report.
Any other comments? Heath, I'll preface this with saying I grew up in a big family where teasing was a way of life, but I'm scheduled to go to, on I think the 24th of this month, to Senator Golden's committee to testify on behalf of the legislature providing the money for the Private Forest Accord for what they had originally passed, and I hope that doesn't make you uncomfortable.
It does. And to double down on Brenda's comment, I agree, actually, really strongly agree. I hope that ODF, when given the opportunity to describe the progress made under the Private Forest Accord, does a robust job of explaining that, and that it includes more color and frankly more sales than we have here. I think it's a really important work, and like was mentioned this morning, I don't know that the agency has ever undertaken work of this magnitude this fast. And the industry is doing it too. It's so many dozens of people. Casey put it really well.
It would be a shame if we missed that opportunity to say, we're doing it. You told us to go do it and we're doing it.
Okay, I think we're at the point where we can go ahead and make a decision and have a motion proposed. But Josh, don't go away because I want to keep you there after we've done that process. So if there is, what we're looking at here is the board to approve the submission of the report in attachment 1 to the relevant legislative committees in the manner prescribed by law. Anybody want to make that motion, Liz?
I move that the board approve for submittal the statutory required report, i.e. the legislative report on the private forest accord.
Man, it's like Kevin, is there a reason it says 2023? That seems pretty dumb to me. It should say 2024 progress report, right?
For the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So we're annually reporting on last year's activities. So it's a report of 2023 activities.
That's amazing. In September of.
Yeah.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and it has been seconded, and I'll run through our board here. Everybody ready to vote? Liz Agpawa.
I vote aye.
Keith Curtis.
Aye.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
I cannot approve this report. No.
Okay. And I am an aye as well. So with that,
Bob VanDyk is an aye as well.
did I miss you, Bob? Oh my God, Bob, I'm so sorry.
He's on the clock.
And with that, the motion passes. And thank you all. Josh, we had some conversation before about perhaps a letter in support. You want to explain that idea from the board?
Yeah, I can touch on that. I think the idea was, and it's recognized through some of the discussion, both public comment here, that there are outstanding needs for the private forest accord still. I think those have been clearly communicated through our process, but do not fit in the current budget process. So outstanding needs for the agency on ODF is 16 million in total, about 10 million for the SFISH program, which was mentioned, as well as 6 million for the adaptive management and independent science and review team. So those components are outstanding. And I believe there was similar to some of the discussion that the board's having around what they possibly can do to help support things moving forward, is the possibility that there could be a letter drafted to support that need for funding.
Where would that letter go? Who would that go to?
That could be sent to a multitude of places, but the legislature could be one, or the governor's office, depending on what the board would choose to do there.
Does everybody understand what we're talking about?
For context, we did include important information for decision makers in our agency request budget narrative that includes this as well. So that is included in the budget document that we produced.
Okay, Cal, go ahead.
Josh, have you had discussion with the governor's office on this? Okay, so where we left that was the PFA. We were going to say there's a need for that, and they said they're going to put it on the side and deal with it. So I would strongly suggest we talk with the governor's GNRO, and that's Jeff Huntington, to see where that is. And I don't think it precludes you from sending a letter to support it, but I don't want to get out in front of anything that's going on right now. That's my suggestion.
I don't quite understand. If we don't, I mean, I don't know what the feeling of the board is in terms of drafting a letter like this. It doesn't have to go to the governor's office, to the legislature, but if we don't do it now, it's not going to happen.
You are correct.
Ben Doimling, for the record, I would 100% be in favor of this. I think it would be important to maybe not be very prescriptive about what the letter said, about what mechanism. I think it's up to other folks what the mechanisms are for that funding, but I think it would be incumbent on us to be very clear that this funding is essential for the work that has been undertaken and needs to continue. How it happens, I don't know that that's really our purview, but I think it would be important to say it should happen.
That it's essential work and needs to be funded.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's stages, right? I mean, the next stage is the governor's recommended budget. And, you know, we could send a letter to the governor saying, hey, we think this money should be in the GRB. I think there's a lot of communication around here, and the governor's office listens to these meetings. You know, they're pretty plugged in. Hell, I hope the governor, Keith Curtis, says the governor should put the money in the GRB. But I think the most important moment will be a letter to the co-chairs in the process of doing appropriations. And for that, we have a lot of time. I like, that doesn't need to happen right now. And I think that we could do that even in January, and it would be in plenty of time for purposes of informing appropriations next July.
Be more comfortable with that, Cal?
I'm not really uncomfortable with your, sending a letter to the governor's office saying that you really want to support this, but when I could support that. I think you're right. We do have time.
Yeah, for the legislature. It's like, I think for me, the key issue in the letter is that, in this, unlike other things, if this doesn't get funded during the session, a huge set of rules roll back. And that strikes me as unusual in the policymaking process. Lots of times if something's not funded, it means either a program smaller or a new initiative is not taken or followed through on. But in this case, a massive package of forest reforms disappear. So anyway, that to me is the thing to call attention to, and that up the stakes that make this different from other budget issues. And I think that, like, the nature of the letter doesn't need to be like, again, policy oriented. The legislature has made this policy. What we are saying is that in order to affect the policy the legislature has given us, it needs this level of funding. And I think that that's a plain communique that we can send to the governor and anybody else that'll listen.
Well, it seems to me it would be great to have a letter that we send to the governor and to the co-chairs. And so I'm kind of thinking that if we can, work with you, Josh, to I don't think there's really much disagreement here about what the appropriate language. We could circulate it after it's drafted. Do we need a vote on that? Does anybody feel the need for that? So we won't be sending anything until you've all had a chance to see a draft, and we will, let's just consider it approved. If you don't squawk, we won't. Okay, just to keep the process simple. Does that make sense? Okay, I think we'll do that, Josh. Thank you. We're on time. All right. How's everybody doing? Our next item, which is we're here to be more or less on schedule, a couple minutes ahead, is our 2024 Climate Smart Award recognition. This is our very first Climate Smart Award. So we've been talking about this and conceiving it years ago, and it's happening. All right, who's leading this?
All right. Good afternoon again. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Josh Bernard, ODS Forest Resources Division Chief. We'll start with a staff presentation today detailing the Climate Smart Forestry Award and the award recipients' work. After the presentation, we'll ask each recipient to the front for recognition, and we'll take photos after the meeting adjourns today. Speaking about the details of the award today is Christine Buell.
Christine's been the co-lead on getting this award established along with Emily Martin, a monitoring specialist in Forest Resources Division, who is currently backfilling as the Adaptive Management Program Coordinator. Emily is unable to join us today because she's facilitating another important body of work, an independent research and science team meeting for the Adaptive Management Program. So I would like to recognize Christine and Emily for taking on this additional work to establish the Climate Smart Forestry Award and say thank you to them. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christine to roll into this first Climate Smart Award presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the board and State Forester Mukomoto. I am Christine Buell, co-lead of the Climate Smart Forestry Award. This award was created as an incentive for promoting forest carbon reduction and capture practices as part of the 2021 ODF Climate Change and Carbon Plan, detailed on page 32 for more details. This is an award that recognizes landowners, managers, researchers, operators, and other forestry professionals that use climate change adapted practices or develop innovative methods for carbon capture, retention, or reduced release. The goal is to recognize, encourage, and improve climate and carbon practices to protect Oregonians and our forests. There are two annual statewide awards, one for a research and innovation category and another from a landowner and land manager category. And this is the inaugural year of this award. So we also have an honorable mention that kicked off some of these conversations who you may be familiar with that we will introduce later. So after thoughtful review of the 2024 Climate Smart Forestry Award nominees by an internal ODF committee and the Forest Legacy Working Group, we would also like to recognize the following winners and highlight their work. Please hold all applause. For the research and innovation recipient, first I'll give you some background and then we'll show a video. So that's David and Mary Ann Bugney for employing holistic forest resilience strategies that increase carbon capture through longer rotations and reduced reliance of fossil fuels through forest stream generated energy. Play the slide, please. Okay, moving on to our second winner, the landowner and land manager recipients are the Nature Conservancy and the Klamath Tribes, accepted by Craig Bentz, for using traditional ecological knowledge such as fuels reduction strategies to reduce catastrophic wildfire and carbon emissions, measurably increasing forest carbon capture, and improving forest health and enhancing resilience to climate change and catastrophic wildfire, in collaboration with various university scientists to show the efficacy of these strategies. And play video, please.
We're in south central Oregon, east of the Cascades, about 40 miles north of the California border. So the Sycan Marsh Preserve, which we're standing here on, is in the headwaters of the Klamath River, which flows into the Pacific Ocean. This is an area that is the ancestral land of the Klamath tribes, Klamath, Modoc, and Yahuskan people. So until 1954, the tribes, this was part of their reservation, up until the point of termination, when it then became the Wainema National Forest. This area is now the Fremont-Wainema National Forest.
Historically, when the Klamath tribal people managed these lands, they would have done so with the one tool on the landscape that they could use that would make a big impact, and that would have been with fire. So a lot of the plants they eat and the animals that come in to forage and live within these areas also would have relied on similar vegetation to sustain their lifestyle, their lives as well. So it was important to use prescribed fire in a way that would enhance their foods and bring in wildlife that would also be used as food.
The forests here were predominantly ponderosa pine. Over 80% of these stands were what we would call old or very old trees, over 150 years of age. The fire regime or fire frequency in here was probably at a range from like 3 to 30 years. The fire regime was important as it was part of the recycling of nutrients, but also removing some of the understory.
Historically, when these lands were managed by native peoples, they would have used fire to limit the vegetation on the landscape, and it would have ended in situations where we have large old trees in a more open nature. And since that time, and fire's been taken off the landscape, we've seen a lot more overcrowding of different species of trees in addition to ponderosa pine that is having an effect not only on those old trees, but a lot of the ground vegetation and the health of the rest of the forest.
With fire being removed, areas that would have had fire removing the lodgepole pine in some places, now lodgepole is encroaching. In the upper elevations, white fir is now moving into those areas. Even juniper has moved into lower elevations into hundreds of thousands of acres of juniper that would not have been here had we continued to use fire.
So the climate has been changing. So the problems we've been seeing up to this point are having that negative effect on the health of our forests, but now they're being worsened by the warming temperatures and the droughts that we're seeing more persistently because of the changing climate.
The Klamath tribes had a master participating agreement, master stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service with a supplemental project agreement for the Big Coyote Fuels Reduction Project. So the tribes were basically developed the prescriptions for the treatments. They wrote the burn plans with the Nature Conservancy and hired the contractors to implement the treatments here.
I think what the tribes are bringing to the table are a lot of histories and traditional ecological knowledge where the people that have lived on these lands for millennia are still here and they're still living on these lands, and they've seen the changes over their lives and their parents' lives and understand the difference between what our healthy environment used to look like versus what it looks like now.
So this is a prescription with the resulting effects of a harvest in 2016, prescribed fire here in 2019. The bootleg fire started probably about 15 miles south and a little bit west from where we're standing today. And as that fire moved across the landscape, it burned over 440,000 acres. It's the third largest fire in Oregon history since 1900. But taking that into context, In 1918, this area had almost a 500,000 acre burn at that time. In that burn, less than 8% of it was high severity. The most of it was low severity. With the bootleg fire, over 60% was high severity and less than 10% low severity. Where the bootleg fire burned onto Sycan Marsh Preserve, about 12,000 acres were burned there. Less than 1,000 acres of that was high severity. And those were in areas where we had done no treatments. Putting fire back into these stands, the forest is actually starting to store carbon in the soil itself. So we have this two-pool carbon storage system. One is in the trees, and of course most of those carbon storage in the trees is actually in the roots. More is underground than above the ground. But then we also have the soil storing carbon themselves. And we're seeing that happen in a much shorter period of time, like a tenth the amount of time with prescribed fire than where we don't have prescribed fires. We're actually seeing what these soils are called, most of these are andisols. We're converting andisols to mollisols. Mollisols store more carbon. So within a number of years after we use controlled burning, we're actually seeing mollisols, and we've actually quantified that over the last few years here using soil scientists and others to quantify those relationships. Where we're not using controlled burning, the soils don't seem to have that conversion to mollisols. So there's storage of carbon in the soils, there's storage of carbon in the trees. We're talking about a two-pool carbon storage system. We're actually finding that 1 acre of these older trees will actually have almost 10 times the storage of carbon that the younger stands will have, and that the growth is still occurring. So by providing the opportunity for these ponderosa pines to release or to put on more growth, as we've opened up this stand, put fire back into it, made those nutrients and water available for these trees to grow, we've actually seen an increase in growth in these older trees, and actually continue to have them stay alive, where in the drought areas where these treatments aren't happening, these trees are actually dying. By using controlled burns over multiple years, actually almost 20 years of burning, by the time we get to our second and or third burn, the amount of emissions is significantly reduced, maybe a tenth of what it was when we burned the first time through those same areas. If we looked at this forest structure before we did our work, we were talking there are more trees, but they're smaller trees which don't have the same storage capacity and higher density, which actually puts these forests more at risk. So with our work, we're looking at restoring the forest, but having these large storage carbon systems continue to be perpetuated for the next hundreds and hundreds of years.
We have to get active, and we have to be very active now. We have millions and millions of acres of forests, and I think a lot of these dry forests and how necessary fire is in those forests, and have to question how are we going to be able to scale up and get fire out on the land in a way that it makes a difference.
My opinion is if we don't implement prescriptions like this, we're basically on the verge of losing our forests in eastern Oregon.
I have a lot of concerns about that, but I think that there's a lot of small communities, there's a lot of people that are looking for work, they're looking for things to do, and they want to be part of the solution. And I think if we are able to bring those people to the forefront, to get active, to get out on the land, then we'll be able to protect these lands into the future.
I do want to extend a big thank you to our public affairs team, Jim Gersbach and Carissa Bristow, for developing these quality videos with short turnaround time and developing the graphic design for the signage that you'll be handing out. And lastly, we have our honorable mention recipient. We do not have a video. Peter Hayes and Dean Moberg for initiating these conversations around climate smart forestry across multiple audiences and identifying barriers and solutions that meet landowners and managers where they are at. We do have QR codes on these presentations that you can learn more about all of these projects. We were only able to scratch the surface with the limited time to present to you. So now, before we welcome the winners up to deliver the badges that they can post on these properties, we want to thank everybody that participated for their hard work, which blazes the trail for others, and congratulations. And lastly, I want to announce that nominations for the next iteration of this award will open in October 2024. Details are on the website. So I will be calling out the winners. The first winners unfortunately could not make it. So they did send a message. That's David and Mary Ann Bugney. We thank the Board of Forestry and everybody else involved in the department that recognized our climate smart efforts to promote, implement, and maximize carbon sequestration and storage, as well as carbon-free renewable energy on our properties. It is a passion for us, and considering the climate crisis, we consider this award to be one of the most significant the board can offer. And we will be shipping that award to them. But next, I will call up our second winners, Craig Bentz, and I don't think Steve Rondeau is joining us today, but we want to extend a thank you to him as well, to come up and receive your award from Cal, which I have right back here, taking you by surprise. All right, don't go anywhere, Cal. We got one more for you. Dean Moberg, I saw you here, and Peter Hayes accepting both of these awards. And that concludes the Climate Smart Award.
I just want to say thank you so much for putting this on, and Josh and Christine for making this happen. I'm really excited to see this finally come to fruition, and congratulations all. This was wonderful.
Thank you.
I will echo that. Congratulations to all of you, and I'm really glad we got to this day. I did want to mention we had a board member who left, and he's not showing any disrespect. I will read his note. This Bob VanDyk left us just before the presentation. And his note is, I just received a message that my family car was totaled by a hit and run in front of my house. I have to meet an officer there at 5 p.m. Please share my regrets. Bob. Poor Bob.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's horrible, but I want to thank both of you for this awards presentation. This was really cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Who created this out of nothing, out of an idea. So thank you.
Hey, Dean, please send our congratulations to Peter, and that'd be wonderful. And Rick, you got to pass this on. I mean, the Bungee's property is amazing, and they were Tree Farmers of the Year 2 years ago. And that property, if you ever can get a chance to go look at it, it's wonderful. The riparian work they're doing, the carbon storage, and their kids are great. I mean, they know what it's like to work in the woods. So good.
All right, with that, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is service award for former Board of Forestry members. We wanted to recognize the service of former Board of Forestry members, Carla Chambers and Chandra Ferrari. Chandra's here. All right. And I guess, I think no one knows more than members of the Board of Forestry what it's like to be on the Board of Forestry. And it's such a small thing to get an award, Chandra, but you're certainly worthy of it. And we're also happy that you've moved on to doing more important work. And congratulations on that. And we miss you. And we've lost a little bit of diversity on the board. So we'll fix that hopefully eventually here in the future. But come on up. And, Carla is, I guess we're going to send her award. She is not here, chose not to be here, so. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Now you want to come and get a picture taken? Oh, okay. I'll take it with you. Okay. Good to see you. Hey, yeah, there you go. Oh, you're looking good. Great. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. That was very quick. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, it is essentially 4 o'clock, and this would, we are ahead of schedule, so I don't, well, I think I should keep you all here till 5 o'clock. We had some opportunity before, but let's quickly, if anybody else has any further thoughts, comments about the day, we're all going to be here again tomorrow. Pete?
No, sir. Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, good. This is what happens in late afternoon. This is no longer why we no longer do big decision items late in the afternoon. Anyhow, and then with that, then we will adjourn this Board of Forestry meeting. Thank you all for attending.